Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah. Ubagadagrihi North MP Beatrice Alachi has lost her son, Elvis Murakana Namenya. Leaders and friends took to social media to condole with her following the tragic news. The cause of death remains unclear as messages of condolences continue to pour in. Kileleshwa Ward MCA Robert Alai said it was with a heavy heart that he extended his deepest condolences to Alachi and her family following the loss. Veteran broadcaster Fred Ombachi Machoka also sent his message of solace to the MP. President William Ruto has publicly criticized former Attorney General Justin Muturi, who is currently the Public Service CS, claiming that he was overwhelmed by the responsibilities he had while in office. Speaking at an iftar dinner at State House in Nairobi, President Ruto said Muturi was not competent enough to handle legal issues surrounding the establishment of the WACO, a commission that will oversee the management of Islamic endowments. The president also assured the Muslim community that through the current Attorney General Dorcas Oduor, the issue will be resolved.
The burden of TB was immense, with over 10.6 million individuals falling ill, leading to 1.2 million deaths worldwide.
My apologies for that bite. And the president's statement publicly criticizing Muturi is yet another sign of the growing rift between them amid Muturi's recent accusations that the Ruto government is involved in abductions and extrajudicial killings. President Ruto also stressed that his government will continue to unite all Kenyans regardless of their religion and ethnic backgrounds.
And I have committed myself that nchi yetu ya Kenya tutaondoa ubaguzi, tutazima chuki, tutaondoa migawanyiko, tutamaliza ukabila. Ndio Kenya isimame iwe moja. I know there are people who feel jittery when we talk about equity and equality. There is absolutely nothing to be fearful about.
And 3 people have died following a cholera outbreak in Nyando sub-county Kisumu. And Kabukobogo Deputy Chief Samuel Orage says the deaths occurred within a week, causing concern. The victims of the disease are scheduled to be buried today under strict public health guidelines to reduce the risk of further transmission. Kisumu Health CEC Dr. Gregory Ganda has confirmed the outbreak, with health officials awaiting test results to confirm whether the disease is cholera. Kenyans are staring at yet another healthcare crisis if the government fails to urgently make payments to faith-based hospitals. Nairobi Diocese Archbishop Philip Anyolo has announced that all faith-based hospitals in the country may shut down due to pending Social Health Authority debts. Archbishop Anyolo says the non-payment of pending bills cripples the hospitals and they are no longer able to continue operating normally. This comes barely a fortnight after President William Ruto assured all faith-based hospitals that their claims would be settled immediately. And finally, female MPs have said childbirth is not a crime for women in leadership as they defended Nakuru Governor Susan Kihika, who's on maternity leave, and it has caused an ease in her county. It comes after Nakuru activists appealed to US President Donald Trump to ask Kihika to come back to the country. Evans Kimori, in a letter to President Trump through the US Embassy in Kenya, argued that Kihika continues to stay in the US, yet she has other duties that she's meant to perform in Nakuru County. However, the group of women have clarified that the governor needs time to attend to other medical issues after her delivery.
Her Excellency Susan Kihika, just like any other parent, has a right to maternity leave and to care for her children. We therefore demand the following. One is that the end to the gender attacks on Governor Susan Kihika and actually all other women leaders. Number two, respect for the rights of women leaders to take legally recognized maternity leave without facing political bullying, because that's exactly what's happening to Governor Susan Kihika right now, and a fair political environment.
Well, Susan Kihika has been away from office for nearly 5 months now. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Okay, good morning to you, and let's take a look at what is going on with traffic on these streets this morning. The rain is coming down, so that slows things down just a little bit. We have a little bit of traffic, and it's coming in on the Thika Superhighway at some point. We're going to get through towards Survey, and that will continue to be busy. Also, some traffic starting on the Eastern Bypass already. Some of it also on Langata Road, and then also getting into the city from Waiakwe. Apart from that, not really much happening. We're going to keep an eye on all of this and see how Wednesday turns out. It is hump day, and then getting through the rest of the week. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning. It's 8 minutes after 6 o'clock, and here we are. You guys, there's somebody else. Her name is Asha. Today, she's frowning at me because she said I should come and do something, and I was not able to do it. But don't worry. C'est la vie, c'est la vie. Asha, don't worry. Tomorrow, I hook you up properly. Abi?
Abi.
Very good. How now? Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Salama.
Uko salama? Are you sure?
Ukaji. I like your hair.
Oh, thank you.
Beautiful.
Asante sana.
I like the cars.
I did it myself, imagine.
As
in the morning.
Today in the morning when I got here, I did it myself.
As you're sitting there preparing to come to the studio.
Looks really nice.
Thank you. Hey, Mambo VPCT.
Bam bam.
Yeah.
Hey.
It's true.
That's an ancient way of saying fitty. Yes.
It's an ancient way of saying fitty.
Yeah, that is the thing. That's
okay.
The thing.
Edna is here. Me, I'm fine, thank you. I didn't sleep well last night. Actually, I think I slept for maybe 2.5 hours. But the funny thing is that I'm not tired. At least not now. Things might change at about 10 or 11 o'clock. But for now, I'm okay. I'm very alive. Look.
Can see.
Open. Awake. Yeah, it's already begun.
Open and awake.
It has already started.
Well, open and awake. It's allowed.
Let me tell you guys what I did last night. So yesterday, we had this autism conversation yesterday, and talked to Dr. Jane Moirori later, and she was talking about how, they need like the calming of voices. So I recorded a story for her daughter, and I did, and she read it to her, not read it to her, she played it for her last night, and I've realized that's what I want to do. I have realized that I want to do audio pieces for people who have a developmental disability. I've decided that's what I want to do. Yes.
Go for it.
Yeah. And it's easy because it took me all of 10 minutes to do the recording. And she's listened to it over and over again and went to bed a very happy girl last night. So I've decided that's what I want to do.
What I found interesting was that the child actually listens to our conversations.
Yes.
And the mother informed us that she actually likes your voice.
Yes.
And that your voice has a calming effect on her. Now, isn't that amazing?
Unbelievably so. So I was like, huh? And then I didn't really, we had the conversation yesterday, but I didn't really make the connect until now because what did I record? I recorded, what's this chick's name? Snow White. I recorded Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs for her.
Oh, Snow White had 7 dwarfs. It wasn't the 40 Thieves?
That was Alibaba.
That was Alibaba.
That was Alibaba. So I recorded her with all the inflection and, just the animation of the story. And then she sent me a picture of her listening and the smile on her face was unbelievable. And I said, you know what? This is what I want to do. I can do, and if they need it, I'll do it.
Yeah.
I found another, what's the word? Purpose. Yes.
Purpose in life.
Yeah. So maybe that's what kept me awake at night. I do not know. But hey, here we are.
You slept a happy girl, so yeah.
Yeah. Somebody.
By the way, this story of the autism story, it doesn't end, by the way.
No.
No, because one, they are, from what I was being told yesterday, they are planning to have a little hike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. But this time only to something called Met Station. Met Station is where you sort of you can actually drive up to Met Station if you're climbing Mount Kenya. I used to toot and hoot about how I've climbed the mountain, God knows how many times.
Yeah.
Until somebody arrived in the studio and had climbed 100 times. I stopped talking. Completely.
Did you say a little hike? A little hike up a mountain? That's more than a little hike.
Yeah. Yes. And they want to have this thing on the 5th. This is just to raise awareness for autism.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a steep walk. By the way, it's not a walk around in the arboretum. It's a fairly steep walk.
So how many times have you been up the mountain?
3 times.
3 times.
Oh wow.
Yeah, doing well.
Lenana
compared
Peak.
to 0.
3 times.
Lenana Peak.
Quite a
3
thing.
times, yes.
Nice.
So 5th of April, that is when it is they're planning to do this walkabout up the mountain.
That's super.
Yes.
That is super. Well, good morning, everybody. At 12 minutes after 6 o'clock on this 26th day of March, have you seen Edna? Edna is in polka dots today. And it looks really great. Good morning. Edna, wave at me. Buzz. She's even given me 2 thumbs up and something else. Chiko salama. A number of conversations that we'll have today. And of course, welcome you to Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. Let me tell you what we'll be talking about today, now that we have confirmed that Dennis Aseto is okay. Njeri Wamigwi, you've heard that name before. She is a human rights defender and co-founder of Usikimwe Kimye. I can never say it properly.
Do not shut up.
Usikimye. Do not be quiet. And the nightmare that we are facing is femicide. This is not a feminist conversation. This is a conversation about the deaths of very many women and what is being done about it, or just awareness that the issue exists. So we have that conversation with her at 7 o'clock. And then at 8 o'clock, we'll be talking with Esther Karaoke. She is a marketing and student recruitment manager with ALX Africa, and we'll be talking about how to access scholarships to global universities with the ALX pathway. Many people still asking this question. We want to be able to further our studies. We want to even to start our university studies. How do we do that? And how do we do that at a price that we can afford or with enough support that is available? So we'll be talking about scholarships today on that platform and how we can get into that. So that will be the conversation that we will have at 8 o'clock. And then at 9 o'clock, the executive chairman of the Lake Turkana Wind Power is George Jenga, and he'll be with us here at 9 o'clock. Is Kenya's ambition to 100% renewable energy by 2030 realistic? Well, newsflash, we're in 2025. And just to be able to get an idea of where we are at this point, Mr. Njenga will join us at 9. So those are the conversations that we have lined up today, and those are the things that we'll be talking about. If you've not noticed, it's raining outside, and Kenya Met says that it's going to be doing this for some time, and it's going to get heavier as the days go by. So, brace yourselves for that. Heavy rains that will come in a few days' time, and stick around. So let's say hello to you this morning, and we know that quite a number of you have already clicked into the room. So nikusalimia watu pia saizi. Yes. Good morning. Cyprian Kambuni says, good morning, SpiceFM team. Good morning to you. Desmond Notice is tuned in this morning and says, Ndu CT Dennis, hi. Edna Nyaboke Akinyi received my special packaged greetings. They've been put in a box or a bottle or something. I don't know. Good morning. Don Sabwa says, good morning, Ndu CT Dennis. Ndu asks CT, is Muturi still a sitting CS?
Yes.
Okay. In Malawi, sitting, we say kukala pansi. Okay. Ndu, it is not Kiswahili but Bantu. I got it. I understand. It's a Bantu language. That's why you have a lot of the roots that are the same and a lot of the pronunciations that are similar. So that I understand. Not to worry. Rahim Tula Omar is tuning in this morning from Colchester in the UK. Team Kubwa Spice team, you're doing a good job. Asante Sana. Rose Grace, good morning to you. Says, good morning, Ndu City and Aseto. She's tuned in from Tamu. Thanks for joining us every morning. It's Wednesday, 26. Did I say Tuesday? Did I say Tuesday?
Today?
Yeah.
About today?
Did I say today? Oh,
okay.
What did you
want to say?
It's actually me who has said Wednesday. The polka dotted lady today is the one who has said it.
Today is Wednesday.
Yeah,
today is Wednesday. Yeah.
Somebody is reminding us that it's Wednesday. Don't worry, everything now is in order. Good morning, Team Spice. I am happy to have tuned in from Kilifi County. If I may ask, does a parent become incompetent if she tries to defend a kidnapped child? Atike, how? I don't see that. I don't see how that would be. Hello, Princess Ndu, CT and Aseto. Whose interest or complicated about transitioning grade 9 to high school, which have facilities need? Okay, Leo, I'm going to need you to use commas so that I can understand what you're saying. Facilities needed, after all, 844, they would be in Form 1. Explain to me a little bit here. Robert Mbogo says, good morning, tuned in from Mombasa. Good morning, guys, says Erica Ward. Good morning to you. Good morning, CT, Ndu and Aseto. CT, please borrow Ndu the famous book, or rather lend Ndu the famous book, Ogot Gi Nyangeye. You know the book?
I may know the book, but not the title may have changed.
That, as I've said it.
As you've said it, it's a completely different title.
Ogot did something. Ogot goes to school. You know those books we used to read when we were younger? Maybe it's those ones. Maybe I'm the one. Nyangeye.
Please move on to the next one.
Next. Good morning. Jose Mahinda says, I'm back. Hey, where have you been, Jose? Good morning to you. CT, oh no, please tell CT to wear suit one day, a dark blue suit specifically. Will you do that?
No.
I knew that was, I was just asking for asking sake, because I knew you were going to say.
I will not. So it's not really complicated, is it?
So now Jose, CT says he will not.
Let me explain so that he doesn't think I'm just being rude. I don't have a blue suit.
See, now this is a problem.
Do you have a
Which
black
color
one?
do you have?
Black. I have.
Can you wear a black suit?
No.
Why are you wasting our time?
Will never wear a suit. Okay.
When was the last time you wore a suit?
I can't remember.
Good Lord.
Wow.
Have you ever worn a suit?
Yes.
Okay. At least we've established that. But
I actually own 3 suits.
You own them? Okay. You can't remember when you wore it last?
Is it just because a man should have a suit, or because
Every
you
man
actually
should
buy
have
them?
a
Every once in a while I used to wear them.
To wear?
Yes, I'd wear them with
To
the
wear?
wedding.
Oh, okay.
No, the last time actually I wore a suit was when my younger sister was getting married.
Juicy too?
No, she got married a while back. Yes. That's when I wore a suit. Yes.
Okay. So we still want to see. Edna wants to see.
I'll send her pictures of you wearing a suit.
You know, pictures can be edited Photoshop.
Exactly.
Fine. So long as it looks like me and the suit looks like it's on my body.
Then you'll be all right. At the ancient way of saying fiti is what, Bam Bam? Yes, City who told us there's a way of saying fiti. Good morning, Ndu City Dennis. Erica Hencha says, good morning, Team Spice. Yeah, that was Atticus, by the way. Good morning, my good people, says Georgia Koth. CT, Princess Ndu, Dennis, and Edna. Why is President Ruto promising to pay the owed money to the hospital? What happened to the appropriated budget? Well, yeah. Yeah, but I don't even know where to start. Key Money is back. Hey, where have you been? Good morning to you. Welcome back. Ndu has the voice for audiobooks. Ate? Oh, yeah. I'm actually thinking about that. You know, if everything goes south, that's I might play in that space.
Stop thinking. You've already decided that's what you're going to do. Thinking is over.
Well, done. We are moved. Okay, so I need to stick to it. I'm going to do it.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to do it. Yes. Actually, I will.
Yes, you'll begin with Alibaba and the Seven Dwarfs.
You and need to realize that Alibaba was with the thieves, Snow White was with the dwarfs, Alice was in Wonderland, and Goldilocks was with the bears. Okay?
You know something? They all belong to the genre of fairyland.
Exactly.
And fairy stories. So, if they mix and match the characters,
no problem.
Right.
In short, what you're saying is they're all twinkle, twinkle, little star.
But now you, my man, you've understood this thing completely.
Kabisa.
Yes.
Agola, good morning. Said that's a very good initiative, Ndu. Thank you so much, Agola. Good morning to you. Always good to have you here. And Omar Jiwe says, good morning, Spice. CT, if you see someone sitting on the floor of his house, do not ask for a chair.
Just join them.
Just join them on the floor.
That's a very good. It's a proverb. It's a good
word. Atticus is reminding you that 40 Thieves was Parliament. Sorry.
Does it belong to Morara's party? Inject
Papa somewhere. Atticus, we see you. Josh Ntayaya says, good morning, Spice. I really like the show. Well, thank you for being here every morning. Hong Kong is where Robinson Kisero is tuned in from, and he's asking, would we know whether in Kenya we lack people of integrity to apply for high offices? Why do we keep on recycling with leaders with questionable pasts? Painful while youth have nothing. I hear you, man. Charles Ndeka says, good morning. Have a blessed day ahead. Mkule Chapo Leo. Tulijaribu. We were looking for Chapo in the morning, but we didn't find. Who is going to look for Chapo for us? Washo Gatoto says, today is Wednesday, not Tuesday. Sawa. It's Wednesday. Sorted. Good morning. Hard work must pay. And the reverse is true. Absolutely. Good morning. The Situation Room combo. Your chief editor is doing a marvelous job. That headline, where? Yeah, we'll tell you what that is. All right. Kenya is hope. No, we have edited. Don't worry, guys. It's Wednesday. Good morning, guys, from Atlanta, Georgia. If you can't convince them, confuse them. Kabisa, says Maxwell. I agree. Confuse them completely so that they don't know what's. If you can't, in fact, that. I'm looking for Biro. Let me write it down. If you can't what?
Convince them.
Good morning, guys, from Atlanta, Georgia. If you can't convince them, confuse them. Somebody is Maxwell. I agree. Confuse them completely so that they don't know what's. If you can't, in fact, that. Why now? The computer now wants to talk like me. Anyway, so that's my mantra. If you can't convince them, confuse them. Thank you very much. Completely.
Yes.
Bernardito is tuned in this morning from Doha and says, good morning to all of us. Hamjambo Nduguzangu, good to see you, says my prince. Well, where have you been for the last couple of days? Good to have you back. Good morning, people. Heads up, everybody. Indeed, says Yamo. Restituta Motoko is tuned in this morning and says, say hi to my former teacher. Rather, say Jambo to my former teacher, CT. CT, you've been jamboed.
She needs to tell us what nickname they gave CT.
Please tell us.
I taught in more than one school, please. Huh?
Okay.
So that means all those schools you have a nickname.
The
Star of the Sea. I think this was Star of the Sea.
Star of the Sea.
Restituta, were you in Star of the Sea? If you're listening to me, please, you need to tell us if you were in Star of the Sea. What did you people use to?
High School or Aga Khan Kenya?
Aga Khan Kenya, Aga Khan High School, or Star of the Sea? Tell us which one you were in.
Secondary school.
Burhania.
Yes, I taught in all these places.
Bas. Now tell us which school you were in. Then you would tell us what you guys used to call CT. Cham Gay, my beautiful people, says Angor, good morning, and she says it's cold in Nairobi and it is raining. Yes, it is. Jeremiah Mutai says good morning, people. Githurai nimvua tupu kabisa. Dr. Edda, good morning, Dr. Edda. Recall 70s serial killers like Ted Bundy who had attachment trauma and were addicted to pornography. What happened? Wololo. Okay.
Well, she is referring to a serial killer who is a reference point for serial killers. Yes.
Okay. So Dr. Ed has woken up on something this morning. Atieno says, good morning from Kilifi, poised on the edge of our seats for a good show and some rain today indeed. Ucheo nade.
Meamkaje.
Kabisa Salama. Says Luca Bureau, good morning to you. Awilo Garang is tuned in from Masaku. Jeremiah Mutai, we see you. Mtuflani says, did Sakaja buy the boats he wanted? Well, something happened. Paul Ndete says, good morning, tuned in from My Mahu. I just like the sound of it. Can I say it enough? Okay.
Hot water.
Salamu kutoka Tampa Bay says Octin, and we can see everybody clicking in this morning. Always a pleasure to have you guys here as we start the show. Sawa. So, as we get into it, we are in the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. Hey, I remembered.
Yes, we are. We most definitely are. The proverb.
Yes.
Before one cooks, one must have meat.
You're not going to get onto a project with nothing, with no resources. You're not going to start something with nothing.
Yeah.
You have to have something to begin.
And you need to get it right, so yeah. You're gonna cook meat?
Gotta have meat. Absolutely.
You can cook meat and have veggies.
Yeah.
Abby?
Ooh, okay. Oh, so Restituta is saying that she was in Star of the Sea.
Yes, I taught there for 7
He was
years.
one of our best teachers, but we had no nickname for him. So Star of the Sea did not name you guys anything, but she was at Star of the Sea.
I taught there for 7 years.
There you go. Do you remember Restituta by any
I
chance?
taught literature and English language.
You're looking at me like that. We have just asked a simple question. Jamani. If looks could eat you.
Restituta, greetings and thank you for the salutations this morning.
It's always great to make those connections, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. Let's look at the headlines, shall we? Where? Please let me arrange myself in my chair properly. Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, the headline on The Standard today, below average CS. Underwhelming is what it's called. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen is remembered more for his flashy and expensive clothes and jewelry than efforts to combat runway insecurity in the country. Kenyans are living in fear. Bandits are having a field day. Terrorists are preaching to their captives deep in Kenyan territory. Goons are attacking perceived enemies with impunity as gangs take over cities and villages. It goes on. Messi Murkomen. Up north, over 30 people have died in bandit attacks this year. We'll give you more details about that. Terror toll. Suspected Al-Shabaab terrorists attack a police camp in Garissa, killing 6 officers. Advisories. The US advised its citizens not to travel or limit movement in region because of rising insecurity. No one is safe. Chiefs and MPR officers have been targeted, with 5 administrators still missing. Sabotage. Politicians and officers are accused of contributing to insecurity, therefore undermining security efforts. And helplessness. Kenyans live in fear as their security is not guaranteed. Sorry. We will be looking into the details of that story as we go along, but that is what the headline is on the paper today. Then another one. Ruto blows hot and cold over Mount Kenya. President Ruto's visit to Mount Kenya region hangs in the balance as differences in opinions of members of his inner circle. So people are saying, go, don't go. Others are saying, no, it's not necessary. Others are saying, nah, pana, go. Now is that? Well, let's see. There's a fertilizer question as farmers prepare fields for planting. So the rains have come, the earth is wet, and farmers want to start, putting seeds in the ground. The question is, what are they going to do? Let me give you some more headlines. One that might interest you. An activist has filed a petition, and he wants the US President, Donald J. Trump, to do what? To deport Susan Kihika because she has been in America now for 5 months and she is governing Nakuru County remotely. So they're saying, look, if we cannot tell you to come back, how about the president tells you, what
if she has status?
I'm sure she does.
What if she has reason?
Yeah, I'm sure she does. What if she has a county to govern? I'm sure she does.
She does.
What if she has a deputy?
Does the
Who's the
deputy
deputy
have
of Nakuru
powers?
County? Who's the deputy governor of Nakuru County?
See the deputy.
Thank you very much.
Where? I'm telling you, I'll give you. In fact, that's the story I'm going to read for you when we come back from it. And then there's more pain for taxpayers as MPs back to meeting in posh hotels. You live in Nairobi, you work in Nairobi, but we're gonna go for a meeting. We're gonna go to a what? A hotel, and we're gonna pay for it with what? Your money.
Yeah. Just ignore the boardrooms in all those parliamentary
Who
offices.
needs boardrooms in parliament when you can go to a hotel? What's wrong with you?
So Kenyans can pay. Revealed legal fees scandal in the counties. A county paid a law firm 10 million shillings to defend a civil case where the plaintiff had sued for 1 million shillings in damages in a textbook case of misuse of taxpayer funds by devolved units. Now, and we also have IEBC interviews. Erasta's Ethicon Francis Kissinger, Jacob Ngwele, Joy Mdivo faced the selection panel. That was yesterday. The exercise continues today. And the death of a cancer warrior. When the Nation team last interviewed Lydia Sassanu, it was on her birthday. She was turning 38 and in high spirits. But on Monday at 4:15, Lydia breathed her last. Yep. And as Ruto's Mount Kenya allies prepare way, Gachagua men dismissed the two political leaders from Mount Kenya region allied to President William Ruto have retreated to their backyards to prepare the grounds for his forthcoming development tour. The president is expected in Mount Kenya. Will he go? Will he not? Blowing both hot and cold. Only time will tell. CT.
Yes.
Uko na nini hapo?
Mimi iko na Business Daily, The Star, and I also have the East African. Let me start with the East African. Cooking gas tariff blows off in Arusha. Kenya fails to convince the region of the wisdom of tax imported cylinders. Story on page 10. Counterterrorism efforts off to new hurdles. Somalia scrambled agencies to push back Al-Shabaab after latest attacks. Page 5. By in the middle of the paper, no respite in Congo despite fresh meetings. Rwanda and Congolese leaders met in Doha on the back of U.S. pressure, but their pledges for ceasefire fell flat as M23 took another town, signaling that the fight is continuing. Right. By the way, in war, this is a tactic that is often used, so that when you're negotiating to give back what you captured. And remember, you didn't have it to begin with.
Yeah.
So it's part of your negotiation. To understand it, you need to look at the war that has raged in the Middle East between Israel and the neighbors.
And Gaza. Yeah.
You have a war, yes, you capture, you take a place. When you negotiate, what you're negotiating is giving back what it is that you had actually taken, something which you didn't have to begin with. Business Daily. MPs summon CMA boss over suspicious NSSF bond deals. Parliament has summoned the Markets Authority boss over questionable bond transactions involving the National Social Security Fund, in which 2 billion is feared lost. Money doesn't get lost, please.
Somebody takes it, man.
Yes, it's not lost.
You lose your jewelry. You lose a shoe.
Money which is in what?
In an account somewhere.
In some parastatal. No. You can't trace it, but it doesn't mean it is lost. It just means that it wasn't used for what it was that had been purposely determined. How soapy products saved L'Oreal tax demand from KRA. L'Oreal?
Oh, L'Oreal.
L'Oreal.
You guys can go and real it as much as you can. L'Oreal, East Africa.
I was wondering what? Okay.
Escaped KRA's 7.8 million tax liability after the beauty firm convinced the tax appeal tribunal that 12 products in dispute were washers just like soap, and that did not attract excess duty as beauty products. Really? Soap is a beauty product.
It is.
But anyway, that's what they said. Digital lenders hit as defaulters rate up to 40%.
Wow.
People borrow, then paying becomes a problem. Right. State of oil industry. Well, that's a story which I'll tell you about. Banks cut parastatal loans by 31 billion on body order. Oi! Default spending bills entities surgery guaranteed. This one I have to read a line. Commercial banks slashed lending to cash-strapped parastatals by 30.9 billion in the year ended December 2024, reflecting the impact of high default rates that prompted Treasury to freeze borrowing approvals and guarantees to public entities with huge debts. Some of the debts they have, they are able to acquire the loans because the Treasury guarantees them. They have said, we're not guaranteeing you. No, you can forget it. Industry data shows that deep cut pushed the value of outstanding domestic debt to state-owned companies to 65.4 billion levels. This is the last record in 2015. You know, nothing is in millions in this country anymore, is it?
No. I mean, millions became like what thousands was maybe a few years ago.
Kenya Airways, you like this story, posts its first full year profit in 12 years.
Come on.
Right. A stronger Kenya shilling, meaning weightlifting Kenya shilling, with the reduction of dollar-dominated loans and high turnover helped to lift the national carrier Kenya Airways to its first full-year profit since 2012, booking a record of 5.4 billion in net earnings last year.
Yeah. It's like you're in a field echoing record.
Good.
Well done.
Kenya Airways, well done. Well done indeed. Right.
So we do like this.
Yes.
I tell people what's happening with traffic.
It helps.
Come back and then you can do the headlines and the stars. We look into some stories.
Please tell them what's, yes.
Okay. Let's do that. Take a look at what's happening on the roads. A little bit slippery because the rain is still coming down, but let's just take a look anyway, and then we'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. We'll see highs of 25 and lows of 16, and the rain is also still coming down. Partly cloudy with some rain expected in Nakuru with highs of 25. It's 16 and cloudy into Nyeri, while into Eldoret it is cloudy at 13. Light rain showers in Mombasa this morning at 26, and it's mostly cloudy at 27 in Malindi, while it's cloudy at 20 in Kisumu, 17 and raining in Kakamega. We're looking into a heavy rainy morning in Kampala at 20, while it's cloudy in Dar es Salaam with a chance of rain this morning. 28 and cloudy 27 and sunny into Mogadishu, while at 14 it is cloudy in Addis Ababa, and a clear morning at 17 in Johannesburg. Lagos is cloudy at 28 with cloudy conditions at 24 in Kinshasa.
Spice up your life.
All right, so even with the rain coming down, we're not seeing too much with traffic, at least not for now. On the Thika Superhighway, it is pretty busy. We're seeing traffic that's coming in from Garden City and then clicking in from Githurai even before that. And so it's busy as you then get on to Survey and then out towards the Pangani Underpass. As you get to Moranga Road, not too much of an issue, at least not for now. And then you're getting on to Wangari Maathai. That's an easy escape for you if you're going into the Westlands Chiroma direction. So you want to use that. Also, coming off of Wayaki Way, as you just get past the junction that comes in from Kangemi, I think we're going to find some traffic here. It's the opposite side of ABC, and so there's heavy traffic. It's bumper to bumper all the way through past Brookside, so that to watch out for. The southern bypass is looking good as you get into the city or then out of the city. Also on Jogo Road, a little bit of traffic starting to form. The eastern bypass already looking busy, touching on outer rings, so let's keep an eye on all of this as we get through the morning, and we will talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 21 minutes to 7 o'clock, looking at some of the headlines. CCU, let's look at what's on the Star, and then we can go into some stories.
There's a story here that Kenyans actually borrow 15 billion monthly from digital lenders.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Lot of money. This is the Star. There's only, apart from the story of lawmakers relocated House committee meetings to expensive venues. You know, these things, I don't know what it is. Huh? This thing never stops.
No.
An opportunity to... Anyway. There's a picture of the people who were interviewing, facing the IBC vetting today. The whole list of people whose names are there. That's in the paper. Then there's MPs abandoned 9 billion tower to blow cash on lavish hotels.
Yeah. So, okay. Let me tell you about this story, about this activist who is then looking to have Nakuru Governor Susan Kihika deported from the US. An activist in Nakuru County, this is interesting because the activist is here, in Nakuru County has sought the deportation of Governor Susan Kihika from the US following her 5-month absence. Evans Kimori, a civil engineer, has written to President Donald Trump to facilitate Governor Kihika's return to Kenya. As in, just please go to her house and escort her to the plane. Let her come back because there's work to be done. Governor Kihika left for the US 5 months ago. After public pressure on her whereabouts, Kihika came out on the 17th of January to explain that she was expecting a baby and that she was on a long maternity leave. During her absence, she has been running her office from abroad, posting updates on the county events on social media. Last week, Kimori and over 2,000 residents submitted a petition to the county assembly requesting a detailed explanation of Kihika's whereabouts, who has been in charge, and the benefits of her numerous trips abroad. The assembly has 14 days from March 17th to respond to the petition. In his latest move, Kimori, through the US Embassy in Nairobi, wants the governor to physically resume duty. And what it says, the subject of the letter copied to President William Ruto, request for the deportation of Governor Susan Kihika to resume leadership duties in Nakuru County. While maternity leave is recognized under Kenyan law for up to 90 days, she has been absent for nearly 5 months, creating a leadership vacuum in Nakuru County. The letter was also copied to Trump and Ruto's ex-handles. The activist noted that the governor's decision to seek medical services abroad came after administration ordered the closure of the War Memorial Hospital, CT, one of your favorite stories, which has served residents since 1906. You close the hospital, then you pack your things and go and have a baby in America. No, come on, guys. He noted that the facility's closure happened despite numerous court orders mandating its reopening. Kimori claims that thousands of Nakuru residents, especially those with chronic illness, have been left without essential health care. As an elected governor, she has a constitutional duty to ensure that public services, including health care, remain accessible to the people. However, her prolonged absence while critical services in Nakuru deteriorate amounts to neglect of her responsibilities despite her receiving huge salaries. On behalf of the residents of Nakuru, I respectfully request your intervention in facilitating, in other words, deporting her to return to Kenya so that she can resume her duties. The people of Nakuru deserve accountable leadership, and her continued stay in the US undermines the trust and democratic mandate placed in her by the electorate. The University of Nairobi graduate working with the Kenya National Highways Authority for 5 years. He refers to himself as an advocate for Gen Z. In other words, he has said, excuse me, over here, county, governor, no, governor, come, we can't continue like this. And he says, okay, fine, we get it, you know, it's a right. Maternity leave is a right. You get 90 days according to the Kenyan law. Interestingly enough, state officers and also get 90 days. So he's basically said, come on, come back. You've left when after you ordered the closure of the Nakuru War Memorial Hospital, where these people supposed to be getting their care from. And so they said, you know what, since we can't convince you to come back, perhaps the powers that be on that side of the pond can get you to pack your bags and come back and govern the county. No?
Well, I've seen our women MPs pretty much said, just she has, I've seen in the papers as well, say she gave birth to twins. Congratulations to her. That she needs time to recuperate and take care of her children. So, but then again, goes to ask the question, does she have reason to still be in the United States and seek medical attention?
90 days is over. Maternity leave is 3 months, according to the Kenyan law.
Yeah, but we don't know, because this is also a medical question.
But even if you have triplets, you won't say that you will take 90 days per triplet?
Maybe she had complications.
Okay, so now we're saying because she had twins, so now the maternity leave should be double.
So this is what other women MPs said. First and foremost, we wish to remind the public that childbirth is a natural, unique and deeply personal process. As women leaders, we recognize the unique challenges that come with balancing public service and family responsibilities. The journey to motherhood brings immense joy, but can also involve unforeseen medical complications requiring time for recovery and healing.
Okay.
Yeah, so...
And after this brief discussion, she's still in the US, isn't
She's still in the US,
yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So is the deputy working?
Who is the deputy?
Si watu wanakuru wanajua.
Okay. Sawa basi. So give us a story then.
Give you a story. How counties are losing billions in legal fees. Now, Marsabit County Public Service Board procured legal services from a law firm at 10.3 million shillings to defend a civil case where the plaintiff had sued for 1 million shillings in damages arising from unlawful detention of a motor vehicle, according to an audit report. Now, the report by Auditor General Nancy Gathungu for the financial year ending June 2024 revealed that there was no evidence of the application of the advocate's remuneration order of 2014 in determining the legal fee. However, Marsabit's case is not isolated, with lawyers raking in billions, often picked from a pre-qualified list with no further assessment as to legal cost and internal capacities, and firms getting more than half of the cases and the money. So the thing here is, you've been sued for 1 million shillings, but you spend 10.3 million shillings to defend the matter. So you lose 9.3 million
shillings in the legal battle. Oh my goodness.
So one could argue, if we were to go the thread of things we've heard regarding money, the money was lost.
Yes. The money was lost.
You know? Yeah. Okay. Kenya, my country.
Nisawa.
Kenya, my country.
Please give us another story, Sati.
Yes, that I will most certainly do. I want to read this Kenya story and to understand what exactly happened. Right. The airline reversed a loss of 22.6 billion in 2023. That was what they lost in 2023, to set a historic record profit after it realized 1.2 billion in foreign currency exchange gains, and from a loss of 19 billion the prior year. Prior is the other year, 2024. They lost 19 billion. Goodness gracious me. All right, the story continues on page 2, and I'm now on page 2. What an honor did they do. Yes, the local unit appreciated to trade between 129 and 130 units against the greenback at the end of 2024 from 160 in January, helping reduce Kenya Airways dollar-denominated borrowing and lease costs. The Treasury, meanwhile, took over 82.9 billion loan from KQ, replacing it with a local currency facility that helped the airline trim its finance costs in the period to 12.3 billion from 14.4 billion previously. The loan had been contracted in 2017 from US lenders, Citi and JP Morgan, and financed the purchase of 7 aircrafts and an engine. This one is interesting. They have to add 7 aircrafts were bought plus 1 engine. Why didn't they just say, and what about the seats? Did they also buy seats?
Okay, so plus 1 engine makes it seem like the engine was...
Assuming the engine was for repairs?
Or it was for a replacement of a faulty one?
It's possible, because the alternative is to cannibalize existing planes to fix. So this was... I'm not saying anything about that one. Right. Lenders send proposals to CBK governor arguing that the current models are sticky and hard to sell. The story is why banks are seeking overhaul of loan pricing models. Okay, right. This is what we're talking about. While the risk-based models allow banks the flexibility to charge customers rates based on risk profile and add in their margin, it has proved to be difficult for lenders to quickly adjust the pricing of loans when the CBR changes. Okay. Lenders have insisted that their pricing is in line with the models which the CBK approved after a lengthy period of back and forth. Banks are still consulting under the umbrella body Kenya Bank Association. They are seeking a single reference rate for the sector, a reference rate that would mirror the Kenya Bank's reference rate and was discounted in 2016 when the interest cap regime was set in. Now, have banks made less money this year?
No.
Okay. So when banks blow hot as they're blowing now, do you think they're blowing hot so that their customers will benefit profoundly more than they've benefited in the past?
No.
Who do you think stands to benefit from whatever they're saying?
Them.
Right. So if this is implemented, then we can assume that we should see the profits of banks move up.
You would assume, yes.
2-digit billions. Okay.
Yep.
Over to you, Central Bank.
Indeed.
On this matter of lawyers, City, I beg your indulgence here. County governments or even government have lawyers attached to them, right?
They have legal officers who work for the counties.
For the counties,
yes.
right?
Yes.
So in this matter where you decide to outsource, what informs that decision is my question.
Maybe the lawyers who are employed by the county
are not good enough.
No, overwhelmed. They probably have a lot of work. So you seek outside counsel to help you with issues or matters that are before you. That would be the argument. But if you ask me and you look at those amounts, I think nefariousness is being imputed here. They're saying that the likelihood is that it isn't the cases, it is the money.
It is the money.
Yes, there's that implication. That is the money, and this is one way of ensuring that money does the thing that it does, and which we in Kenya refer to as lost. Yes, but this one is not really lost because we know exactly if people are paid. Yes,
I don't know. It drives me crazy. The Auditor General for the last 1 month has been on a roll.
Yeah.
She's been coming out telling you. How many things have we been told over the last 1 month that cannot be done because there is no money or that there's shortage of funds? How many things have we been told?
We're told this all the time.
Can't pay nurses, can't pay clinical officers, can't pay teachers extra money. We can't send capitation. We can't build roads because we don't have it.
But we can pay lawyers.
We had people here talking to us about water infrastructure. But we want to make sure that water is accessible to everybody. But we can't do it because we don't have resources.
Resource factor.
The Kenya Power managing director was here the other day talking to us about how they wanted to make sure that last mile connectivity and rural rectification is completed. And they want to do that, but we can't because we don't have resources. No resources. But then here we are, the Auditor General is telling us how billions of shillings are being lost because somebody wants to file a legal case and we can't actually see where the money went. What is it?
You're talking about
Actually, in this case, we know where the money went.
Did somebody sit under a coconut tree somewhere and draw something in the sand and then blow smoke and then take a feather from a white cockerel and gouge out a goat's blue eye and then mix it all together to curse us? What did we do?
For a moment there, I thought you were going to say sat under a coconut tree and a coconut fell on his head.
And discovered gravity.
Yes, exactly.
What is...
Again.
I don't understand.
We're talking about... Let me just tell you what Nairobi spent. Nairobi County spent 6.26 billion shillings to pay 4 advocates.
How many advocates?
4.
That's good. 6.6. Good. And the cases, are the cases mentioned? Do we know?
Representing 29% of the pending legal fees of 21.37 billion shillings. So there's still 21.37 that is pending.
Look, what we're reading here accompanies very favorably other stories we heard and revelations that the Auditor General has made in the past regarding where money goes, how it is managed, how it is handled. Remember, once upon a time, it used to be benchmarking. We don't hear that anymore, do we?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we hear of lawyers. But somewhere in between, the Auditor General has actually flagged very many instances where money has been spent, but it doesn't align with the budget that the county government had.
Yes.
So the question is, or sometimes you have some cost overruns over some project or the other, budgeted for and then when you look at the projects, you find the projects were not completed. So that's where the question arises. Okay, it was budgeted for. You don't find the money not having been spent. It's been spent, but the project is not complete. So what happened? Unfortunately, the thing we must guard against is making these things normal. Normalizing them so that, our money has been stolen again. Okay. No.
Yeah.
The police service have their work cut out for them.
Proper.
Ethics and anti-corruption have their work cut out for them.
But you see, the problem here, CT, is that Parliament, your favorite people, have to stand up and say, you know what, we're not going to allow another shilling to be lost. And what we need to happen right now is now those police and agencies that you're talking about have to be told. You see, that's the thing. They cannot then go and activate without Parliament saying, okay, this is not right, this is not right, this is not right. We need investigations to occur. Until they do that, they will just continue.
Ethics and anti-corruption investigate.
Yeah. DPP prosecutes.
Yes, exactly.
Exactly.
We understand this. But remember that all the agencies that are supposed to deal with such matters, that's what I'm saying, they have their work cut out for them.
They do. A lot of work to do.
Yes.
A lot of work to do.
They actually, agencies vow joint war on corruption. Now, government agencies are pledged to unite in tackling corruption, which is hindering access to justice in the country. Now, during the launch of the anti-corruption strategic framework for the justice sector in Nairobi, the judiciary announced that it will enhance its capacity through regular training of its officers and the development of a toll-free line where Kenyans can report individuals soliciting bribes within the courts. Agencies vow joint war on corruption. When did they disintegrate?
Who was vowing this on their behalf?
Everybody is here. The Chief Justice is here. The ODPP is here. The Inspector General is here, which begs the question.
And the venue of this vowing was where exactly?
It was here in Nairobi. I think it was in a hotel in Nairobi. Yeah.
Hotel, eh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was Safari Park Hotel.
And they vowed seriously?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, what were they meeting over before they concluded by vowing?
It ended in vowing.
My question, City, is they have vowed to join a war on corruption.
Shouldn't they have been in the thing from the beginning?
From the beginning. Do you need to sit down in a hotel and agree to work on corruption if you are in the justice system?
Which country are you in, Dennis?
254, Kenya.
Precisely. So 254, that's how we do things. Yes.
Good Lord.
We talk about our normal duties and we announce them as though we are doing something special.
Special.
And yet it's what we are supposed to do on a daily basis.
Like the ones who told us yesterday that they're going to handle something with impartiality. Come on. What? How else will you handle it?
You handle it.
Or are you admitting that you previously did not handle these things with partiality and now you're going to handle them with partiality?
Give me a heartbreak.
What did I say impartiality? Whatever it is.
That one. Yeah. We get it.
I get it.
Okay, let me tell you this last story. And while we do, we have to remember that we will say their names every day until we know where they are. Brian Odhiambo has been missing for 2 months and 8 days. His wife does not know where he is. His children are waiting for him to come home. He went fishing on the 18th of January in Lake Nakuru National Park. He has never been seen since then. It is said that he was beaten at the hands of KWS officers, and his body, if it had been beaten to death, has never been brought. We're asking where he is. Mukuria's mother has been looking for him since June 25th, 2024. She doesn't know where her son is. The last time she heard or saw him is when he was being bundled into a police vehicle in the CBD during the protests. Mukuria is missing. His mother doesn't know where he is. They represent hundreds of others who have gone missing at the hands of would-be abductors or would-be police. We do not know, but they're missing and we need justice. And this is also about the story of a mother whose son's body was found in a septic tank. She doesn't know what happened to him. She's a parent at Ramba Boys High School, and her son is dead. The reasons as to what happened, we do not know. But the stories of more and more people missing, more and more people turning up dead, cannot be the narrative that Kenya lives by. Too many missing, too many parents crying, too many wives crying, too many children crying, and not enough answers being given. Justice for Brian Odhiambo, justice for Mukuria, justice for a mother whose son is dead. It cannot be the narrative. We cannot keep quiet. The stories are too many. The answers are not enough. If for anything, we'll cry for justice. We'll do it every day here on The Situation Room. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Confirmed that Amos Langat, the man allegedly shot dead by police officer Mohammed Yusuf, attached to the office of the State House spokesperson Hussein Mohammed, was shot 7 times at close range. Langat's life was cut short in a pool hall dispute on Sunday night in Amboseli Kawangware, a disagreement that ended in a hail of bullets. According to Langat's family, he sustained 4 gunshot wounds to the stomach and 3 to the chest following a dispute at a pool table in Kawangware. Meanwhile, the prime suspect Mohammed Yusuf is yet to be taken into custody, even as detectives confirm that he remains under police guard as they await a medical report, one that could determine the next steps in the investigation. Kenyans are staring at yet another healthcare crisis if the government fails to urgently make payments to faith-based hospitals. Nairobi Diocese Archbishop Philip Anyolo has announced that all faith-based hospitals in the country may shut down due to pending social health authority debts. Archbishop Anyolo says the non-payment of pending bills cripples the hospitals and they are no longer able to continue operating normally.
It's very obvious. If they don't pay, there will be a shutdown. And you will know that the church, as it were, it has a bigger percentage of medical services to help the government and to help the people of Kenya.
It is going to incapacitate us, and we may not be able to provide services as per the framework and as per the strategic plan. We get this money, we'll be able to run this institution in a better way.
We give services, but also we need to improve on those services. So it is very important that we also are listened to, and we are working together in cooperation with this Ministry of Health and also the government as such.
This comes barely a fortnight after President William Ruto assured all faith-based hospitals that their claims would be settled immediately. Back to President William Ruto, who has publicly criticised former Attorney General Justin Muturi, who is currently the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, calling him fairly incompetent. Speaking during an iftar dinner at State House, Nairobi, Ruto said Muturi had been fairly incompetent in handling legal matters concerning the establishment of WAC, a commission which would be in charge of the management of Islamic endowments. The head of state assured the Muslim community that under the current Attorney General, this long-standing issues would be resolved within months.
Mumesema mambo ya WACF, and I agree with you. It is it's taken too long. There is absolutely no reason, and I had a problem with the AG who was there. He was fairly incompetent, but I now have a very competent lady. I now have a very competent lady, and I can assure you that the issues of work will be sorted out in a matter of months.
The president's rebuke of Muturi's tenure as AG is the strongest indication yet of their growing rift, coming amid Muturi's recent accusations that the Ruto government is complicit in abductions and extrajudicial killings. Beyond addressing Waqf matters, President Ruto reaffirmed his administration's commitment to inclusivity, emphasizing that the government accommodates all communities regardless of background or religious.
And I have committed myself that nchi yetu ya Kenya tutaondoa ubaguzi, tutazima chuki, tutaondoa migawanyiko, tutamaliza ukabila. Ndio Kenya simame iwe moja. I know there are people who feel jittery when we talk about equity and equality. There is absolutely nothing to be fearful about.
That's the news wire. I'm Le Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, so it's a few minutes after 7 o'clock. Let's take a look at what's happening with traffic. The Eastern Bypass, pretty busy as you get towards Embakasi, and then on the North Airport Road, that looks a little bit busy, and there is quite some traffic on Outer Ring. It's going to take you in and out, bound towards the Thika Superhighway on one side, and then through towards North Airport Road on the other. On the Thika Superhighway, by the way, there is quite some traffic. It's coming in from Githurai, and it's going to get to a bit of a slow spot right around Kasarani, and then out towards Survey. That's busy. Also, traffic is starting to build on Kiambu Road. It's also busy on Ngong Road, and you're coming into Wayaki Way with some traffic as well. So it's starting to build this morning. The roads are a bit slippery. You're going to need your fog lights, so please use them. Lights are good. Lights will be good. Use them. Even at this time, it's still a little bit dark. So let's keep an eye on things and keep them moving this morning. Help us out. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you. 6 minutes after 7 o'clock on this 26th day of March 2025, into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. And good to always have you here. Awilo Garang, Eda Tatu, My Take. We see you this morning. Asante Sana for always being here as we continue to shout out to those who connect with us every morning to have these conversations. And as our live streams are up on YouTube, on Facebook, and on X, we say a Situation Room good morning to our audience on KTN. Karibuni Sana. We come into the hour of this show when we continue to talk about justice for those who are missing, who died. But then also on a sad note, we just want to send our condolences to Dagoretti North Member of Parliament, Beatrice Alachi, who lost her son yesterday. Via an accident and with other unclear circumstances, but definitely a difficult time for her and her family, and we just want to give our condolences there, as well as say that we are standing with you in this, no matter what it was that happened. So as we get into conversations for this morning, there's a place where CT is going to play, and he'll tell you about that in a minute. But then also a conversation that we'll have later about, education and scholarships. What pathway are you leading us on, Dennis?
Yeah, so pretty much young Kenyan high school graduates are being urged to look at how they will get to international universities abroad to be able to further their studies. But how do you get there? Is the question. So Alex is coming in through a pathway in ensuring that you are able to get there through our scholarships and sponsored placement universities abroad. Now, Alex pathway can make that dream a reality, but how exactly is it doing that is the question for every other young Kenyan who's just graduated recently. And Alex says you can gain globally recognized skills, access extensive network of global universities, and receive expert mentorship and career guidance. All these through the ALX pathway. And with that, the deadline, remember, is on April 25th. So between today and April 25th, pretty much around a month, you are able to get into this pathway through bit.ly/LX pathway SFM. That is bit.ly/LX pathway SFM, where you get to apply and make your dream a reality.
Fantastic. Alafu sisi CT cheza kama wewe.
Well, there are cards and then there are cards. IMN Bank is saying, look, we have a card that we want you to pay attention to. Why? Because with this card, you can do wonders. And more important, you can actually receive wonders. Let's start with what you can do, okay? Every time you use the card, every time you swipe the card, you earn points. Swipe means you're paying for something. You earn points. And if you are a new customer, you stand a chance of winning 50,000 Kenya shillings in free points, meaning you will get 50,000 milele points, which is the equivalent of 50,000 Kenya shillings. So, I don't know how they're going to count, but they will count on every 20th customer, okay? They're taking it even further. If you apply for this I&M Bank, it's called the World Credit MasterCard, okay? What is of interest is that beyond just getting the card, remember I said 50,000 points, which is equivalent of 50,000 Kenya shillings.
Yes.
Now, what you can do with the points is you can spend it.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes, and you can decide what you want to spend it on. If you want to fly somewhere, if you want to go and do shopping, these are the options that you have. Remember, it's not just flying and shopping, and many, many more.
Many
well,
more.
I guess you'd have to apply, get the card, and then you'll be able to understand what it is that you stand to benefit by using this card.
Beautiful stuff. All right. Okay. So remember, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 milele points worth 50,000 shillings. Amazing with I&M's multiple currency card. All right, so we'll get into that. I'm sure you give us more information and tell us about some of the fantastic things that you've done. Looking forward to that so we can share that experience. This morning, we're having a femicide conversation and we're talking about the disaster that's femicide in the country. A number of things have been set up already. Well, a number of things have been said in terms of what is being done to end it or at least bring it to a head. That's a totally different conversation. And joining us this morning is Njeri Wa-Migwi, and she's a human rights defender and co-founder of Usikimye. And she's here in the hot seat with us this morning. Njeri, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm all right.
Yeah?
As much as I can be.
As much as you can be. Karibu sana to the hot seat of the Situation Room. You've not been here before, but we're glad that you're here this morning because we're talking about an issue that everybody has spoken about in the last few months. The president has said a number of things about it. County members of parliament, women reps have said, 100 million shillings has been given. We're going along those lines. But let's look at the really, the nitty-gritty of this from a defender's point of view. But before we do that, CT will give you today's proverb, as he does every day, and I'd like you to interpret that for us and tell us what it would mean to you. Is that all right? Okay.
Our proverbs are from the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. Before one cooks, one must have the meat.
Right. That's it?
That's it. Oh, you want me to tell you another one?
No. So you said before one cooks, one must have the meat.
Yes. These people are big on meat.
Right.
Yes, clearly.
I suppose for me it would mean you can't cook when you don't have anything to cook.
Okay.
Yeah. And I suppose, let's say, for example, I can't, let me just put it that way. You can't do anything if you don't have something in you.
You can't walk if you don't have legs.
Yes. Well, you can be wheeled.
That's not walking.
Yeah, but really, truly, you can't. If you don't have anything of substance, then you know what they say, then you can't speak.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that. It's interesting to hear people's perceptions and people's interpretations of different things. It's wonderful how the human mind works. Let's look at this femicide issue. And let's look at a couple of things as we get into it. A task force has been set up. We know this had happened by the president's hand after it seemed as though the cases of femicide had become, quite crazy. 22 was the number at mid-February of the number of women that had died this year. 22 by mid-February. Kenya's violence epidemic is what some of the headlines are saying about this. Femicide in Kenya, William Ruto has set up a task force. Rebecca Cheptegei's killing highlights dangers of femicide in Kenya. A woman is killed every 24 hours. Kenya's femicide nightmare. Femicide is not homicide, and we need new actions urgently. 2024, the worst year for femicide in Kenya as cases soar to 170. 2024, a year marked by femicide in Kenya. And this is the reality of what we are talking about today. We had a forensic expert here in the studio who gave us definitions of what femicide is, and that there had to be a link between the person who was perpetrating this death and the relationship between them, and that is why it would be deemed femicide. If we could not make the link between the person who took her life and what kind of relationship they had, then it would not be deemed femicide. It's deemed femicide when something has happened, usually of a relational nature, between these two individuals. Okay. From where you sit, because we know that you have been very vocal and very hands-on around this matter, what on earth is happening with this femicide issue in Kenya?
One of the ways in which you determine how a country deems its women and also how a country is doing is actually by the increased number of women who are killed by, femicide. There is a correlation between the same. Anytime you hear stories of gender-based violence, anytime you hear so many cases, and I could use COVID as an example, where cases of gender-based violence were on the increase, and it was a lot, and we all heard about it. And we know this because 320% was the increment of gender-based violence in Kenya. And when the economy is on a downturn, one of the things that also increases are, as I said, femicide. That is just one reason. But we can't just blame solely the economy on the number of femicide and the increase and the increment of femicide. We also have to look at holistically at femicide, because the actual subsets of femicide, even within femicide itself. As you said, you had already gotten a definition, so I will not go there. But we can also look at other ways in which we determine how femicide looks like. One of them is increasingly how the bodies are disposed. Publicly, gruesomely, and just like garbage. That is actually a very big indicator and a marker when we're looking at femicide. And if you have seen from 2024 and even this year, other than intimate partner femicide, which is number one femicide in Kenya, 74 to 75% of femicide is actually intimate partners. And I would like people to keep on remembering this, because a lot of times it's sensationalized that, they went to an Airbnb and she was killed and so on. But a lot of times it is a case of GBV, and I will keep on saying femicide is a culmination of unchecked gender-based violence. When there is nothing that is, somebody has been abusing you consistently and constantly, threatening to kill you, they finally do it. And that's why we always say that femicide is wholly preventable. It's not like any other, homicide. Somebody comes in and shoots us, that just because you're women doesn't mean that was femicide.
True.
But femicide, if you think about it, is entirely preventable. If the government was serious about eliminating gender-based violence, then we would not look at femicide. So the onus is on the government to actually prevent. We did see the other day during a funeral where a woman was actually violated on the day when she was supposed to be burying her husband. And if it wasn't prevented, should have been killed.
Yes.
That would have been femicide. Do you start to see that femicide is there's even cultural femicide. There is dowry-related femicide, where you're killed because somebody feels like, I paid dowry for you, I can do anything to you, I own you. And so many other subsets that are there. We've seen, for people like me, we've seen on a killing where a family feels like the girl did something wrong. And maybe she stepped out with somebody who's not of the same religion. And as such, she deserves to be killed. We have had women come stay with us entirely. This is also on a killing where she was threatened to be killed. She managed to run away, beaten very badly. And she stayed with us until we were able to get her asylum to leave this country. Because the minute she should have stepped out, should have been killed by her family. They vowed. And yet you find that these people never get arrested. These cases never get to court. And nothing is entirely done.
Why? Why do we see such horrible things happening and we don't see law enforcement coming into play?
Number one, there's a lot of cultural stigma when it comes to issues of gender-based violence. We don't report, we don't talk about it, and we really love turning a blind eye. It doesn't involve me. We have a famous saying in Kenya, mambo ya watu wawili wanajifunikia blanketi moja haituhusu. It's not my business. You know your neighbor beats his wife. You know there's violence in that house. You've seen it. But you know she goes back into that house, so I really don't want to be involved until she dies. And then we are called and then people are like, unajua alikuwa namchapa sana. We would hear her screaming. Now she's dead. But
why do you think our people behave in that way? Why do you think our people turn a blind eye or a deaf ear to something that is clearly wrong?
Because people, number one, especially when it comes to issues like intimate partner violence, domestic violence, you will find like people are like, I don't want to be involved because she's going to go back to her husband. And if she goes back to her husband, then I'll be left in the middle of it. That's one reason. The other reason is a lot of it is based on how we've grown up and how it is always a culture of silence around issues of, society, what we deem as societal issues. Like, if you really think about it, gender-based violence is an acceptable societal ill. He's beating his wife, but it's the wife. She's beating the child, but she's the child. So how is it my business?
So essentially, we condone gender-based violence.
We do.
See, when you talk about gender-based violence, let me just go into some stats that I've pulled up real quick. 170 women were victims of femicide in 2024. I will talk about femicide being an intentional killing of women just because they are women. And then we have 7,100 cases of gender-based violence that was reported the year 2023, and this is according to the Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi. But even as we talk about all this, we know at a time in this country when women went to the streets to demand that justice is done by them, and the law enforcers, those who should be at the front in making sure that femicide cases, gender-based violence are dealt with or is eradicated in the society, were at the forefront in lobbing tear gas against people who are considered to be victims. Do we think, or is there hope that our police are able to deal with femicide cases and gender-based violence cases as should be done?
I will come back to say that the personal is political. It's a choice. They made a choice. I was on the street. I was one of the people they lobbied tear gas at. I was one of the people they beat. And it was a choice. We were not out in the street being... You know what? The Constitution of Kenya allows us to be out on the street.
It does.
Demanding our rights as citizens to be heard. And as women, when we went out on the street, we were asking to be heard. And nobody was listening to us. Instead, we were beaten, we were tear gas, we were even arrested. The police know what the law looks like. So there is no excuse. You can't say you're a law enforcement officer who is supposed to keep the law, and then at the same time, You are the person on the street breaking the law. So they know that they should not have been on the street beating us. And what did the government do? They transferred the OCSs of Central or whatever it is that they did. That was it. Not an apology given to us, no compensation, no nothing. The government said absolutely nothing.
And yet, not too long before that, the president himself, the head of government, came out and said, look, this is an emergency, it must stop. He has a gender advisor in cabinet, right? And there was this wonderful sum of 100 million shillings that was then given out. And we saw women representatives who now were the vanguards of this kitty. And I don't know what was supposed to happen after that. If tents were set up in different counties where people were supposed to then now be able to come and report case. I don't even know what that was supposed to do. But then we did hear some noise. There was some rumblings of something. And I don't know, I guess my question is throwing money at the problem going to solve it? Is it a money issue? Is it a money issue that resources are being sought after to be able to handle this thing of women being killed as a result of, number one problem being relational issues? Is it going to solve the problem?
First of all, any of the number of the people that I saw being given that 100 million have nothing to do with femicide. Never heard of them. Never had them speaking about gender-based violence. Never had them speaking about femicide. Let's start from there. Most of them wouldn't even give you the definition of what femicide is. How the money was going to be used or was used, because we don't know, was to set up tents in different counties and talk to women.
Barazas was, yeah.
Set up barazas and give the women a little bit of fare, soda, and a scarf. That is how the money was going to. Please tell me how that is going to help. You're talking to the people who are already victimized. That's number one. You're not talking to the people who are the would-be perpetrators. Most importantly, if it is a resource problem, shouldn't the resource then be used to actually help? The government of Kenya does not have any shelters or safe houses, places of refuge, where if I am, let's say, for example, I've managed to escape from my house, from nearly being killed, and I'm seeking a place. Let's say I go to a police station. Do you know what happens to a victim?
Yes, and unfortunately.
Let's just say I'm reporting it's in the middle of the night. Do you know where the police would put me?
Cell.
Thank you. I would go into a cell.
The purpose of your being put in the cell is so that what happens?
For safety.
I see. And these cells, which have other people already?
Yes. So if you're seeking safety in Kenya today as somebody who's running away from an issue of gender-based violence, that is if they live and listen to you. I have rescued a girl who was in a cell together with her grandmother.
What had they gone to the police?
She had been raped.
Oh dear.
And it was in the middle of the night, and there was no resources for the police to actually take her to hospital, so they called me. So I came and I found them in the cell and I took them.
Who called you, the police?
Yes, they do sometimes call me.
Ah, so they know you.
A little bit, yes.
If you were to provide an alternative suggestion, how should the 100 million have been used?
Can you imagine? I think people don't understand how under-resourced, because I'm always in police stations and because I've also followed the budget line to understand how the police are resourced, how under-resourced police are. Can you imagine what would have happened if that money was used to reinforce and resource the gender desks? Even provide psychosocial support to police themselves, because I see the things I see, but I'm able to go and get therapy. I also assume the same thing happens to the police in the station. Can you imagine if they had even bothered? 100 million can give you a shelter.
Yeah.
Or if they had even bothered to come to people like us who are not in government and told us, hey, because Njeri, you run a safe house for women, how can we as the government help capacity build your shelter? Maybe additional beds, maybe give you a psychosocial support so that the women who come here can be given psychosocial support. What if they did that in all the 47 counties? To ensure that there is a place of refuge and a place of safety where people can run to. But no, the government didn't do that.
If such a thing were to happen, under which ministry would these activities take place?
The one that doesn't have a CS.
Yeah.
The one that doesn't have a CS?
Yes.
Gender.
Doesn't have a CS?
No.
Really?
Yes.
What happened?
We don't know.
The one was never...
Did it ever have a CS?
It did.
It did in the other regime.
Oh, I see.
So we have a ministry without a CS.
But we have a PS?
Yes.
Yes.
I think so, yes.
No, we do.
I should hope so.
No, I know we do.
Yeah, PS.
I know we do. So who does she report?
That's a good question.
Anyway, that was me.
So I think that also just tells you how issues of gender, and you see gender is not just women, how issues of gender are taken in this country. It's very lightweight. If there is no direction, the head that gives direction going downward, then who cares? And actually a lot of times you'll find that ministry is where civil servants go before they leave government.
Right. So is that why more women, and I, please hear how I'm asking this question.
Mm-hmm.
And is that why more and more women are being killed in this manner? Because there's no attention, there's no consequence. Very few of the cases that we've seen, let's just take the 22 from this year alone. How many of those perpetrators have been brought to book? Have they been found? Are they in trial? Have they been punished? These are 22 lives. We are not saying that would be fatalities. We are saying women who are dead. We are not talking about the ones who've been attacked or, abused or beaten. These are women who are dead. So if we do not see that, the department that should be actually taking care of these gender issues, and it's, again, like you said, it's not, gender is not women. Gender is gender, across board. If this is not happening at the very top, is that not why more are being killed? Because nobody's going to do anything. It's not going to be given attention.
No one cares. We're just there shouting and speaking. We have, the beginning of 2024, we held a march. And in this march, we gave demands to the government and told them what we expected the government to do. And why it was important for the government to actually recognize femicide as a national crisis. And as a person who is in gender-based violence, I keep on saying we need to recognize gender-based violence as a national crisis.
After the 100 million shillings was given, did we hear anything else?
No.
Because you know what happens constitutionally is that when you declare something an emergency, what you essentially have done is that you've unlocked the permission for resources then to be spent.
Thank you.
That's what you've done. But now after those resources have been spent, what happens?
Number one, it was never declared a crisis. Number two, there is no research that has been put. There is nothing that has been done other than setting up a task force, which is Kenya's answer to any problem. We set up a task force. We know, everybody in this room knows, that task force are essentially just an answer for the government to tell you shut up. And then a report will finally, if ever, will finally come out and it will be shelved. And the government will say they have actually tackled the crisis of femicide. There is an educational task force, isn't there? There's a task force for anything. You mentioned it, there is. I'm pretty sure there's a task force for anything. Anytime the government feels threatened, you're now coming down on us this side. Let's set up a task force. And when you ask, what does this task force solve? There is never an answer. We don't need another task force. We already know what needs to be done. That 100 million could have simply been used to conduct a very robust campaign all the way down to the grassroots, all the way down to the villages, to the barazas, to speak about gender-based violence. Because there are people who have normalized gender-based violence, as you have seen when I was talking about that funeral. They were able to beat that woman without feeling like there would be consequences.
Because she didn't throw soil on her husband's grave.
Exactly. They made her eat soil. This woman had a CS and they beat her, and so many, I don't even want to talk about it.
100 million is a one-off.
But that was it.
Yes, but the problems that we are speaking of are not a one-off.
No.
They are recurring problems. So a one-off can't actually even begin to solve the problem, can it?
It goes to speak about the government being intentional in handling matters to do with gender-based violence. I know we're going for a break, but even as we go for that break, let's just remember that in this country, to handle a femicide case, it takes 1,900 days, 4 years for a case to be concluded.
Let's go to a break. Okay. We're looking at the femicide issue in the country today. Has been declared an emergency. A task force has been set up. I don't even know who is on this task force. 100 million shillings so far has been spent. I don't know what were the results of that particular kitty that was put out. I don't know that anything has been said. Have we heard anything that has come from the gender advisor to cabinet? I don't know if we've heard anything from that. But this is the conversation that we're having this morning with Njeri Migwi, who is a human rights defender. And we're looking at the disaster that is femicide in Kenya today, and if something actually is going to be done about it. Let's take a break and take a look at what's happening with weather and traffic. And then we'll come back after this and continue with this conversation. It is 26 minutes to 8.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to... This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your... Online, mobile, and on radio. www.spiceradio.co.ke. The weather with SpiceFM.
16 degrees and cloudy conditions in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 25 and highs of 25 in a partly sunny Nakuru at 15. It's 16 and cloudy in Nyeri, and at 14 it's cloudy in Eldoret. Mombasa is raining now at 26 and cloudy conditions at 26 in Malindi. 21 and cloudy into Kisumu, with 19 and cloudy in Kakamega. Heavy rain continues in Kampala, while at 26 it is sunny in Dar es Salaam. Johannesburg is sunny at 16 with partly sunny conditions at 27 in Mogadishu. 13 and cloudy into Addis Ababa, while Lagos is cloudy at 28. Kinshasa is cloudy at 23.
Spice FM. Spice up your life.
All right, let's take a look at what's happening on traffic now. As we're stepping into traffic hour, still pretty busy as you come off the Thika Superhighway, and we'll see some of that traffic then trickle into the city. We're also seeing that traffic is coming in from Waiaki Way, and it's also looking very busy as you come off of Spring Valley. That's coming in from Lower Kabete. Ngong Road is also busy, and Langata Road is starting to see the building up of traffic as then you get towards Raila Odinga Way into the city. As you come off of Mombasa Road, not too much happening, but the Eastern Bypass very busy, touching on Outer Ring. In and outbound traffic there continues to do the thing this morning into traffic hour. Let's see what happens as we get through Wednesday morning. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, you got to remember that a healthy smile is one thing that will give you a healthy mind. A happy mouth is a happy mind, and that's what Sensodyne reminds us of this morning. So you don't have to imagine taking a bite of your favorite food, as cold or hot as it may be, and worry about tooth sensitivity. You don't have to imagine that anymore, because it can actually be a reality for you. And how will it be? Well, it will be because of Sensodyne. And how do we actually know this? Well, we know this because Sensodyne is the #1 brand recommended by dentists, and you don't have to worry about just imagining anymore. And again, a happy mouth is a happy mind. So as you think about that, think about Sensodyne, and it's giving you absolute relief from tooth sensitivity and a great oral health. We're looking at the issue of femicide in the country today, and 2024 was called the worst year for femicide in Kenya, with 170 women dying. 76% of those are intimate partner issues, that somebody has taken a life because of what they thought to be infidelity, or somebody has jealousy has played out here, and other things have come out as a result of that. The question is, what are we going to do? What are we going to do?
But even as we talk about the meaning, I mean the reality of femicide, and we even have talked about what brings it about. What we are discussing is not what brings it about. The increase in the reports and the incidences of femicide have reached. The proportions are alarming. When every other day you read about something and you have to wonder, what about things that have happened and we don't know about and we haven't read about?
Absolutely.
So, to your question, we clearly have a femicide problem.
Yes, we do.
Now, there is solving the problem as we see it now, and there's ensuring that this is not something that becomes entrenched in our culture, because the normalization of violence against women contributes significantly to this.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And neither can we say, there will be a lot that you have to going to do to convince me that those who are taking the lives of these women are okay on the mental health spectrum. You cannot convince me that because we've seen some brutality take place when we're talking about the deaths of these women. It is not easy. We've seen testimonies of people who've killed, and they talk about the fact that it's not an easy thing to do, to take another life. It's not. So you too cannot be on that space where we say you're going to kill somebody and wake up tomorrow morning and walk around as though something is okay. So what am I trying to say here is that there's a deeper issue that we are not looking at here. That what takes you to that point where you take another life, whether it is a woman, whether it is a man, whether it is a child. But these are now compounded by other issues whereby maybe you are in an intimate relationship with this person and you have seen that the best solution at this time is to take the life of this woman. Wouldn't you see that that's a problem?
I am a very big person on mental health. But I'm also keenly aware that punishment is a deterrent to crime. And before we went on break, he said it takes 1,900 and something days for a femicide case to end. And I want to break your heart to tell you, I have so many pending cases and nothing, they're on mention. And I will start with the case that is very personal to me because I got the body. And this is 9-year-old Mary Wamboi, killed in Kayole by a 33-year-old and a 36-year-old, brothers who were the children of the landlord of that building where she was killed. They lured her, they sent her to go and buy something for them. They got her into the house, they raped her, they killed her.
9-year-old?
Yes, 9-year-old. I was speaking to her mother yesterday evening. And we are in court. We've been in court for 2 years. And the case has never moved beyond mention. Sorry. We've been before 3 judges, and the case has never moved beyond mention.
So for clarity, when we're talking about a mention, is that it comes before all the parties that are in the case come before court. The court comes and says acknowledgements that there is a complainant and that these are the individuals who've been named then as defendants, and we will now hear this case on set date.
Yes.
That is a mention.
Yes.
And everybody goes home.
Yes.
All right.
And so what happens is once it has been mentioned, it's supposed to go into hearing. So for 2 years, we've never gone into hearing. We are into the 3rd year this year. And the case has never gone beyond mention.
Let me ask.
That's just one case.
I have to ask this question. We're using this 9-year-old was lured by these 2 individuals.
Yes. They lived in the same plot, yes.
Because their father owned the building they lived in, or
The reason I'm saying that is because they were the children of the owner of that building.
Yes.
And he used his money and power to ensure one of his sons disappeared. And the other son is in Mathare Hospital under claims of
mentally unstable.
Yes.
Okay. it's femicide, so this child died.
Yes.
She was raped and killed.
Yes.
We say it because it's important.
She was raped and she was killed. And by the time the people came to report to us, because our office is near there, I removed her from under that bed because they stuffed her under the bed. You see, her mom was looking for her. The only reason her mom found her in that house is because she saw her Crocs outside the door. And so she knocked. And when she knocked, nobody answered. So she tried to open the door. She said, no, you can put in your hand and open ile konje. And she saw blood and she couldn't proceed. So they started screaming and we were alerted and we came. The girl was under the bed with naitanga nini? Njora. You know, here to here. It's one of the most painful deaths that I have seen. Yeah, embedded in her. And that is how she died. And we have never seen justice. So if there is no justice for people, for Mama Wabui, we are in court. We've never been heard.
I do agree with you that...
And a lot of the 170 cases that you mentioned from last year, only 30 are in court. So there are 140 people in this country who have killed somebody and they're just walking around.
Free. Absolutely.
We have people in this government who are in court because of claims of femicide. Sharon Atino and her unborn baby deserve a mention in this table because nothing has ever happened. And yet the person who is assumed to be the perpetrator was voted not once but twice in government. And nothing has ever moved that case, even though the court declared last year or this year, that he had a case to answer to.
Yeah.
But how long did it even take for us to say there is a case to answer to?
Okay. There is, okay, of course it's awash with comments this morning, just taking a look at our socials today. And one Duncan Ondimo is asking that we provide the case number for the Kayola case. He would like to follow up on that.
Okay.
So maybe that's something that we can share, just the case number at least. Okay. And there's nothing wrong with making that public. And just looking at quite a, it's just that it is despicable, and that's when we have to say that something can be window dressed, because that, in my opinion, and I think we need to call them out for what it is, that something can be window dressed and some money be thrown at it, and the assumption is that something is done. But this is the reality from what you're saying. If 170 just from 2024 have been recorded, that's what has been recorded. We do not know how many more have died in last year. We don't know.
And just another that the bodies in Kware are not included in the 170.
In the 170. Yeah. All right. Now, if only 30 of those cases have gone to court, I have to ask myself, in what warped world, if we're just going to take this 9-year-old precious person as an example and say that her case has just been given a mere mention in court. It's been 2 years going on 3. I also do believe that one of that punishment is a deterrent to further criminal activity. But if we don't see that happening, then we are going to see more numbers of people dying. That's just the truth. That anybody who looks at the scenario and says, well, I'm in a difficult place and I need to snuff this life out of this person, the likelihood of me being arrested or anything happening to me is very low, so I'm going to go ahead and do it. Or even at the very least threaten it. And that is the society that we are breeding. Those are the people that we are breeding. By not doing anything about these cases, we are breeding a society of people who then find it easy to take life. And it comes back to the question that I ask until these two gentlemen probably get tired of me asking. What value are we placing on human life? And not just as the people who take the life, but the people who have the power to do something about it. What value are we placing on human life? If we can answer that question, then it will be easy for us to say, well, then let's put a rush on these cases. Let's make sure that security apparatus are up and running. Let's make sure that security agencies are actually doing what they're supposed to do. Let's make sure that you can walk into a police station and ask for a P3 and nobody's going to ask you for a sexual favor, because that's exactly what we're talking about here.
Remember, we have a situation where Successive governments have shown us that every time the citizenry raise an issue, there is a response, yes. You have a gender issue, you're given a gender desk. Problem solved. If you have some other issue, you're told we are going to set up this. It is set up. Finished. Because we've raised this issue in this studio before. The police service, the policemen and women who serve in it are terribly, terribly, terribly resourced.
Yeah.
And imagine someone who's terribly resourced, and yet the burden of dealing with all these things rests on their shoulders. This is what they deal with.
On a daily basis.
Yes. Plus many other things. Picking up dead bodies, picking up rotting bodies, every single day. So let me ask, on a scale of 1 to 10, when somebody comes with a case that there's been violence and somebody has been beaten, where do you think this will fall in order of priority? They will listen and say, okay.
Is it more difficult because, and is it more difficult to deal with a lot of these cases because they're multi-layered? And I say multi-layered in this sense that there's the legal aspect, there's the law, but then there's also the cultural aspect. There's also tradition. There's also the thing of, whatever happens between me and you in a relationship is nobody else's business. So there's so many layers to this thing. So then it becomes difficult. And I put difficult in quotes because we have heard cases where, police will say, well, you only mambo and your money. We cannot come in between that. And maybe you guys need to now be able to sort that in. Does this make it more difficult to then be able to deal with these cases?
For the cultural context, yes, because 2 weeks ago I was dealing with a case of a 1-year-old who was once again raped and killed.
9-year-old again?
No.
1-year-old.
Actually, she turned 1 the day she was being buried. And yeah.
1-year-old.
Yeah. That's where we are.
One.
And I have to say that context was very deep because this girl was 13 when she got pregnant, 14 when she gave birth, the mother of the child. And she lived, her people gave out to get married.
Excuse me?
To the person who they said was responsible for the pregnancy.
Who was also another teenager. So this is just a terrible situation all around. So they were kids, they're kids. So they didn't get along. There was also a lot of familial interference and so on and so forth. This girl couldn't go back home, so she got the nearest person to marry her. So this is a person who defiled her baby. I want you to realize this is a 14-year-old with a baby who does not even know that her baby is being defiled.
No, a 14-year-old is a baby.
Yes.
Still.
So she kept on saying, my baby is crying, there's something wrong. And so she was told, Tufanya Mambo, take this child back to your people. Where you are married. They need to see, could be the reason that this baby keeps on crying. So she takes the baby back to where she was married before. They are the people who discover. So the mother-in-law takes the kid to the hospital and they discover that the child has been defiled over and over again. But this time, it was too bad. They did take the child to hospital, but she died that night. Do you know what they did? Nobody reported. The child was buried. Now. And, they tried to do mambo ya kinyumbani, reconcile the 14-year-old and the 15-year-old. It's crazy. The whole story is insane. But these are things we hear on a daily basis. And I can't even start to explain the context when it comes to that. Because it's culture, I don't even know. There's a lot. That whole case has really messed my head because that child was buried.
But what does it say about us as a nation, as a people?
That's what I'm asking.
Because the police service, them I can understand, because the very things that happen to them they are violated. Them, they are actually mistreated.
I'm in complete agreement.
Yes. So by the time such a person is being put in charge of other people, what do you think they are going to? They're going to violate people as well. The yardstick from whence they come, or from whence they approach issues, is one that already has taken a complete left turn simply because of what they experience in their lives on a daily basis. It's like they don't have any protection for themselves. Now, you come to the citizenry, and it's like we ourselves have also been violated and abused to the point where instead of calling out something and saying, this is wrong, you need to take a stand, you ask the parents of these two teenagers,
God forbid,
what on earth is the matter with these people? A child getting pregnant
is violation enough. Let's start from there.
That child's life has already changed in the most dramatic way possible. And the parents decide that the best thing to do is to marry the 14-year-old to the 15-year-old. So you have to ask, what happened to these parents? What
trauma do they go through?
What are they walking around with?
And then you see, City, when you even go to report such cases, most of the time you go to gender desk, Polycare was set up, but you get there.
What?
Polycare. Then again, you get there and you're being asked to please narrate the ordeal afresh. So you have to relieve it before the police officers, before they get the statement.
The people who man those desks should actually have some psychosocial training. Psychosocial counseling training, because
I want you to imagine, I'm telling you this as somebody who deals with gender-based violence and goes to those police desks and finds other people waiting with other cases. So by the end of the day, they've listened to so many cases, unless yours is actually really, really bad. The one that they're like, walifanya mtoto vibaya. You know, I promise you, half the time they're already frustrated. Because you've listened to somebody who was beaten, you've listened to somebody who was raped. This is the reason they tell you, come with your rapist.
Come with your rapist.
Yes, they do. Mwenye alikufanyia hivyo ako wapi?
Ukienda umuone, tupigie simu.
So you have to go convince them to come to police.
No, I mean just the absurdity of such a request.
Even those 170 cases of femicide are the ones that are recorded. The ones that are not recorded
is crazy.
Are minimal.
Jerry, I need to ask you this because we're not even working at cross purposes. We're in different galaxies here when it comes to the real issues of what is happening, the women that are dying. And when we say women here, we're talking about a 1-year-old baby.
Yes.
We're talking about a 90-year-old grandmother, because it does go across the spectrum. So when we have a government who has a gender advisor that sits at high cabinet level, we have an entire ministry doesn't have a CS. We have, security agencies who tell you to come with your perpetrator. And then we have 100 million shillings thrown at women reps and say, set up and give somebody a handkerchief and an armband and have a baraza, and then that's done. But then we have the reality on the ground. We have all those things happening, ribbons and flowers, but then we have the reality on the ground. And we say we need to stop it. Every now and then somebody will give a speech and say, stop, end femicide. But what's the message that we're trying to put across today for real, for us to understand exactly what's going on and what really needs to be done? In my opinion, we'd rather not touch it at all than to pretend that we're doing something about it.
Yes.
But what's your message today?
That femicide is real. It's a crisis. And it needs to be addressed with urgency. Because one more woman dying because of something that is entirely preventable. If this was a pandemic, if these numbers were read the way the numbers for COVID used to be read, we would be in crisis. If Ebola came to Kenya and in 6 weeks, mid-February, that's when the numbers are higher than that, by the way, far, far higher than that. We should be at 40-something. We're being read. The way we read, we would be very, very worried because everybody would be like, oh my God, it would be me next. But we don't have that. We don't even get the sense of the urgency. I remember when Seth Nyakeo died, and she's a daughter of an MCA. And even to date, her killer has not yet been arrested. That's a woman in power. And the killer of her daughter has not been arrested. What does that say about the rest of us and the kind of danger that we are all living in? And if we don't treat gender-based violence, I will start there because, once again, what we are seeing is the apex when it comes to gender-based violence is femicide. And after femicide is always genocide. I just hope people know this, that we normalize the killing of women. That is how once we start seeing women as disposable, that is when you start seeing children being disappeared and being killed, and then men. I hope we take this with the weight that it carries. This is actually a political crisis, and the government should not be in power if their citizenry are being killed and they do absolutely nothing about it. Giving us toothless promises is not going to end femicide. We need the government to mount a robust campaign to explain what is gender-based violence, what are the consequences. We need to see cases moving in court. We need to see action. We are tired of speaking. We need to see things start to move.
How can folks support the work that you do, Jerry? I mean, it sounds crazy that we have to say, okay, fine, there's government in place and things should be done, but how can folks support the work that you do?
I say this, we have 3 ways in which we ask for support. One of them is, we need your money. We can't do these things without your money. It takes money to go to police stations, to bury people. We bury women. Some of these women killed by femicide, we as Osikimi have buried them. We have a pay bill, please contribute. You have skills, give them to us. You have time, come and volunteer.
It's a tough one to have it in the headlines, but then to actually interrogate it, it's tough. And the hope is that really something has to be done. Cannot continue like this. We absolutely cannot. We want to thank you for being strong on another day to come in and have a conversation with us about the work that you do and the things that need to be done in this country. Jerry Migwe is a human rights activist and runs Usikimwe Kimye. And we've been talking about gender-based violence. We've been talking about femicide and the disaster that it is in this country. And the hope is that something will start to click. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. Amla Umbaga. Interviews for the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission chairperson continues today as the process seeks to get new leadership. As the selection panel winds up the interviews, Lillian Wanjiku, Robert Akumu and Saul Simiyu will take their turn to prove their suitability. Yesterday, the panel led by Nelson Makanda questioned Erastus Idung, Francis Kakai, former Nairobi County Assembly's Secretary Jacob Ngwele, and Kenya Power Board Chairperson Joy Masinde Medivo. Speaking before the panel, Kakai emphasized the importance of technology in elections to prevent fraud.
Mr. Kakai, do you think that having mediation and arbitration skills is important for the job that you are now here for?
Yes. As a lawyer, I also participate in mediation. And if I reflect, for example, if I may answer that question with the help of experience, if I remember the last election, if there was any attempt for mediation, it will have solved what we witnessed. So mediation is a critical tool that a chair of IBC can utilize. And you can call in any mediator to help if you can't mediate, but it's a softer tool of assisting to calm down things.
On his part, Dang said Kenyans lack confidence in government institutions to conduct free, fair and verifiable elections.
There's a big gap, deficit in terms of us as Kenyans trusting our institutions to deliver free, fair, transparent, verifiable elections. So that lack of confidence is in our institutions and our processes is what we need to address. If you look at even the cost of our elections alone, it's one of the most expensive. And for me, the way I look from where I sit, I see that lack of trust is what is costing us, even in accounting terms, in financial terms. Because then we tend therefore now to sometimes even over-prescribe, over-legislate.
Sofa Abdul Kadir Lorot, former Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, Anna Madi, former East African Court of Justice, Judge Charles Nyachai and Edward Katama have appeared before the panel. Allies of President William Ruto are expected to continue with their grassroots mobilization in preparation for his highly anticipated tour of the Mount Kenya region. The president is set to return to the region after a 6-month absence following the impeachment of his former deputy Rigathi Gachagua. Leaders are expected to traverse different regions and urge residents to turn out in large numbers to welcome the president. Among those actively engaging the locals is Madira MP Eric Wamumbi, who is keen to welcome Ruto to the area which is considered Gachagua's turf. In anticipation of his visit, large billboards welcoming the president have been erected in major towns across Mount Kenya, including Kiambu, Nyeri, Kirinyaga, along Thika Road and in Embu. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubag.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human, everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, let's take a look at what's happening with traffic on the Eastern Bypass. Traffic coming through towards North Airport Road is very heavy, and it's in and outbound. Outer Ring as well, very, very busy. We'll find some of that traffic going on to Jogo Road from Manyanja Road, so that area is very busy. Kangunda Road also busy. Coming in from Njiru, also outbound to Njiru. Also, traffic on the Thika Superhighway has built up and then reduced as you get towards Survey. Survey then is bumper to bumper, getting out towards the Pangani Underpass, and we are seeing some traffic on Kiambu Road this morning. It is also busy as you come in on Limuru Road all the way past Roslyn through towards Village Market and out. Also then looking at Lower Kabete, Spring Valley, there is bumper to bumper traffic here, and Wayaki Way is also busy. So we're keeping an eye on all of this, keeping it busy, keeping it moving. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's Wednesday. It's 6 minutes after 8 o'clock into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And we're looking at an education pathway conversation as we get into it this morning. Just coming off the last hour where, you know, some of the stuff we talk about is heavy. But absolutely necessary that we do. Far be it from us to turn a blind eye to some of these issues, because we just cannot. And our hope is that we ask the divine even for help, to help us to be sensitive to some of these matters, and that as we do that and demand for some kind of actions, that those who sit in the places where decisions come after power, that they will actually start to do something about this. It cannot just be said under the cover of decorated tents. It has to be that something is done on the ground, that Kenya's people, man, woman, child, are safe regardless, and we will not relent. We will keep talking about these things And we will keep following up for action. And that's why we do Kenya's Biggest Conversation. And we'll get into another conversation this hour. And even as we do that, CT, there's a place where you play where certain cards are making things possible for you to do that.
Well, there are things, and then there are things. Life can be made simpler. And it can be made simpler by a decision that you make. And among those decisions that you can make to ensure that your life is simpler is by asking yourself a simple question. How do I go about attending to matters that pertain to my finances and to my expenditure? Okay? You probably have a solution in mind, but I and them are saying, look, why don't you consider this? Okay? We are in an era where payments are made through bank cards. Okay? Some are debit, some are credit. I&M has a very interesting card. It is an I&M Bank World Credit MasterCard. Okay? World Credit what? MasterCard. Yes, and they're saying, if you get this, look at the things and listen to what is likely to happen. One, if you happen to be the 20th customer to get a card, you will be awarded 50,000 Milele points.
Wow.
The 50,000 Milele points is equivalent of 50,000 Kenyan shillings.
Okay.
Now, the thing about the 50,000 Kenyan shillings is that it is something that you can use to spend on as many things as you see fit. You can use it for fuel. You can use it for luxury shopping. All you need to do is apply and get the card.
Okay.
That's it. And then this journey begins. Now, the points I spoke of, how do you acquire them? Well, every time you use the card, you get points.
Oh, you get points?
Yes, you do.
Voilà.
And the points accumulate. But the reward of being the 20th, every 20th customer, you start off with 50,000 points. It's called starting ahead.
Gotta love it. Got to love it. So I get the card, I start to use it, I rack up points, but then as we're getting this card, if I happen to be number 20, I get 50k points immediately.
That is precisely what I'm saying.
And I can use this Milele, MasterCard anywhere in the world.
You can.
Wherever I travel, I can use the card. I can buy, I can shop, I can travel, I can etc.
You can. It is why it is called I&M World. World
Dunia
means the entire planet.
Bas.
Something like that.
You gotta love it. You have to also love that you can imagine biting into your favorite foods without worrying whether you're gonna have tooth sensitivity. You're not gonna have to go, you're not gonna have to do that anymore, or hold your cheek and say, let that pass. No, you don't have to do that anymore. And you have to go beyond imagining. And because it actually can be a reality, because Sensodyne is here to give you the ultimate relief from tooth sensitivity. And you ask me, how do you know? Well, I know because dentists have recommended this as the number one brand. It's the number one brand recommended by dentists, and we all know that having a happy mouth is having a happy mind. Your tooth check, tongue check, gums check, everything here check, and your mind will also be happy. Sensodyne is for tooth sensitivity relief and everyday oral health. Voila, biff boomba. You can use that tomorrow. Just, sounds kind of nice when you think about it.
Bit is interesting.
Isn't it just?
It is.
All right. So we're getting into an education conversation this hour and looking at some of the things that you can actually do when it comes to scholarships abroad. There are a lot of people who want to go and pursue further education, not quite sure how to do it because, the shillings just don't make sense. See what I did there? Yeah. And in order to make them make sense, sometimes you need to get some help, whether it becomes scholarships or financial aid or things like that, if you want to go out into a different part of the world. So we'll be having a conversation with the folks at ALX, and they'll join us in a minute. But just look at what is happening, with education around the country today. There have been many things that have been said, and I think we're getting into the place where the first term of 2025 is coming to an end next week. Exams are being sat right now, and first term will be over. Second term marks the term where grade 9s will start to make selections to pathways. There's been the whole conversation about whether mathematics is compulsory or not, whether other subjects you can pick, etc., etc. There's also the big conversation around, is a 14-year-old, no, a grade 9 is a 13, a grade 9 is a 13-year-old. right? Around that, that's the average age of a grade 9er. And so the question is, are they of the age where they can actually make a decision about what pathway they will take? If they take the STEM pathway and somewhere down the line decide, actually, maybe I should have gone humanities, sadly, you can't make the switch. Or if you were leaning towards the arts and humanities, and then somewhere down the line you find that physics truly was your first love, you're unfortunately not going to be able to make the switch. And so the question remains in the minds of many people today, that are we jumping the gun? Should we not allow children to then be able, because they are, a 14-year-old, 13-year-old is a child, if by dictionary definition and also by social definition. Are we jumping the gun and not allowing enough time for students to actually discover the pathway? Should you choose a pathway, or should you be allowed to discover a pathway? And that's the question that we're being let with now. And this thing of casting things in stone, unfortunately, I think is going to land us in more trouble than good.
I think when it comes to matters to do with education, you've actually put it right, yeah, in terms of should you choose or should you just discover? I tend to go with the discovery aspect of it, because then it allows a student to go with the flow with that which they feel comfortable in. Because if you cast it in stone, students might be forced to take things that they do not want, and I beg to indulge City, because City, is a career teacher. City, which one would you prefer? Choosing or just let it happen naturally?
You know something? If you ask me that question, I'll have to ask you the question, why did we change the system in the first place? There is a storyline that we were trying to make our education system competitive. It was already competitive. Did we find a situation where students who were educated in the previous system having problems with placement abroad? No. Did we find them having problems in coping with work as we know it now? No. There was the talk of them being theoretical because the teaching was theoretical. So all that needed to be added was this bit of the practical aspects. Did it require an absolute and complete overhaul which came with a cost? No, it did not. So this was the plan that the former president, immediate former president, came up with. Any idea, so long as it's in the theoretical phase, they all sound good. The reason why you pilot things is to figure out how well it works. Usually, the how well it works has to do with the acceptability of it, and then the practicability of it. So, when the entire nation plunges into something, and then all these stages that I speak of are part and parcel of you trying to learn. The problem is this. At the end of it, they are students, their lives, they are young people. You're experimenting with their lives. And the experiment is full-blown. It's not for a season.
No.
This is the system.
You're experimenting on the go.
Yes, and we're moving along as we go with it.
You just keep going.
So everything that you hear of as a problem is being experienced by people who are school-going age across the country. Is it necessary? The answer again is no, it is not.
No.
Was it necessary? The answer again is no.
No.
And that is my opinion.
No, I watched the documentary, even as we were getting into another conversation shortly. I watched the documentary. It's very interesting to me. And of course, it had to be one of the Scandinavian countries. I can't remember, but I'm going to go back and check. It was between Norway and Finland, one of the two. And children who go to school, and they don't start going to school until they're 5. This thing of pre-kinder, whatever, that you go at 3, doesn't happen. I believe it's 5 to 6 when they start going. And then they step into class on the first day, and you don't have subjects. Like counting or whatever, you have discovery. And so there are very many different things there. There are blocks in one corner, there's a sand pit in another, whatever, there's string and glue and pencils in another. So the children walk into the class, of course, under the guidance and leadership of 2 teachers, and children essentially gravitate towards the area of their interest. Because remember that at that time, essentially, academically, you're dealing with a blank canvas. And so you would have a class of 15. So and that's another thing. So the classes were small, of course, and it gave the teachers opportunity to be able to handle each child. with enough time and attention. So the children would naturally gravitate towards that which interested them. But what it was is that the system had already been worked on so that if this is the area that this child has gravitated to, then then what kind of teaching you were going to then apply as you moved. And that you knew that you would then be able to move them here, there or the other place. But that didn't stop you. You didn't say, okay, on day one you've gravitated towards the blocks and then we're going to start teaching you issues around mathematics and counting and things like that. No, but that it allowed you to continue to discover on a daily basis. But what does that require? It requires a really mature system whereby you've been able to really grasp what the human mind can do. And at that very young age, you realize, okay, this is what an education actually would mean for this individual. And when we think about education, I think we have to think in a broad manner like that there's so many things that change on a regular basis, and how are you then going to be able to deal with those things? Have we gotten to the point whereby it just seems like, City, right, we're grappling with so many things and we're just saying, we got to have science somewhere, let's, throw it in. And humanities sounds nice, so let's throw that in as well.
Let's go with maths. At this phase, they don't really need maths.
So let's take it away. Maybe it's not necessary. Here's we're at the top of the mountain and we're trying to get there. So let's just, everybody get in the thing. If a wheel falls off, no problem. We will stick on something to be able to. We can still get down the mountain with three wheels.
And the second one gets okay.
No problem.
Two,
and even as we're halfway down the mountain, we realize that we forgot something at the top of the mountain. But we say it's okay. Let's just keep moving. And then one of the people who was supposed to help us out gravitate this thing down is also been left at the top of the mountain. But that's okay. Let's go with who we have. What's the end goal?
The other people at the bottom of the mountain, so let's just keep going.
We'll meet them there.
Yes.
That's what it feels like we are doing.
We're just moving in no direction.
Jamani. And then, halfway down there, we say, okay, that's nice. How about we stop in the middle of the mountain because somebody needs to, grab something to eat and we can park here for a little bit. We didn't.
Let's form a presidential working party.
You see, there's always something a bit disturbing when something seems to work and has seemed to work for a while. And then instead of tinkering with it so that you remove, add, do whatever it is you wish to do with the parts that don't seem to gel well, you decide to overhaul the entire thing. Anyway.
A lot to be discussed, and even as this conversation continues, our guest for this hour is here. And Esther Kariuki is the Marketing and Student Recruitment Manager for Kenya for ALX Africa. We're looking at access to scholarships to global universities with the ALX pathway, and she joins us this morning. Esther, good morning.
Morning.
How are you doing?
Fine, thank you.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
This where you are is Mombasa Road. It feels like another galaxy sometimes, does it not?
Yeah, I rarely come to Mombasa Road, so it's new.
It's new, really? Well, we're glad that you're here with us anyway. A few minutes into the conversation, of course, but thank you for joining us all the same. And even as we welcome you to today's conversation, CT has a proverb from a different African country every week. He'd like to tell us what proverb that is, and we'd like you to tell us what your interpretation of that is.
All right.
Okay.
Yes, this country has something interesting. It's called a unitary semi-presidential Islamic Republic. I'm not certain what that means, but
we'll go with it.
That's the form of government they have. But they have a president, they even have a prime minister. Interesting country. There are those who would describe it in terms that are not flattering. I won't go into that. I will simply move swiftly to the proverb. Before one cooks, one must have the meat.
I think in my head it's like you can't cook if you don't have anything, or you can't do something if maybe you haven't prepared or you don't have the tools to do it.
Absolutely true. But we did find a woman in Mombasa some years ago when one Joho was the governor who was found cooking stones for her children. So she had stones.
To give the illusion that something was being
cooked for the children. Yeah, so you're right. You have to have something.
You have to have something at the very least. Indeed. Well, Karibu sana, and even as we look into this conversation today, just introduce us again to ALX and what ALX does in terms of providing education options for future students.
Okay, so ALX is a Pan-African company. We care about, education and empowering the youth with dignified and meaningful job opportunities. So when we started, our mission, has actually been since 2018 to enable young people to get dignified and meaningful job opportunities. And one of the parts that we realized, is to help them get there is to give them the right skills, the right education, the right tools to be able to get those dignified jobs. So we launched with several programs. A lot of them are in the tech space, around that area, because we all know that tech is the future and, it's changing rapidly. But then over time, we realized, what are some of the things that we can do also for high school graduates, because you'll find that a lot of our programs attract people who are maybe between 21 and 29, you've kind of, let's say, already gone to college and you're looking to specialize or to advance. But then for high school graduates, how do we position them for success just straight after high school? And so that's where we are at with ALX Pathway. Yes.
Okay. And now we're looking at an opportunity for a lot of people when they think education, especially outside of the countries where they're domiciled, is how am I going to pay for it?
Yeah.
So what are the options that folks have before we even get to, where these institutions are, which school? What are some of the options that folks have to be able to pay for university education?
So on that, I would say, I think it's more than just, being able to pay for education, but paying for quality education. You could also pay for education and not get quality education, which is a lot of the things that, our young people get access to. So you're able to get education, but you're not able to get like a quality degree. And by the time you graduate, you're going to the employers, they're telling you that, some of these degrees, let's say, are outdated, or the skills that you learned are not relevant in the market. And so for us, all the partners that we've been able to bring into ALX Pathway, we are looking at, are these people positioned for the future? Are they educating people with the skills that, will actually be relevant in the near future? And so, we've been able to onboard like partners such as, Bates, University of California, UC Berkeley, University of Chicago. We also have Patton University. All of them have different offerings, but when you check their curriculums and their offerings, it's really like quality education. But then now in the African context, you'll find for a lot of those universities, it's very, very expensive. You'll find that for both tuition and boarding, especially when you need to go in person, it can be up to even 10 million Kenya shillings per year, which is, if you are going to pay 10 million Kenya shillings a year to a university, even your parents will be like, sinianzeke biashara to, that 10 million, you can start a business or something like that. But then at the same time, we are becoming a global world. We talk about being a global citizen and things like that. And so for you to be able to access global opportunities, a lot of these universities can position you for success and such opportunities. And so that's kind of where we are at with, thinking about what solution does ALX Pathway solve, especially in the African context. Yeah.
Okay, so describe what the ALX Pathway is. When we hear the pathway, what are we talking about exactly?
So ALX Pathway, in a nutshell, helps you get access to global universities and scholarships. Most of the universities you're getting scholarships, full scholarships, which is, tuition, boarding, and the travel costs and whatnot. However, we also have partners who offer online education at a subsidized cost. So, for example, one of the universities is Patton University. So Patton is based in Oakland, California, but then rather than, pay the full amount, they've allowed, the students who go through ALX Pathway to do it. To go through Patton and access degrees at Patton at a very subsidized cost, and you can do it here. So let's say there's no travel or anything, and you can do it here online and you get a quality degree. And then also some of the other universities that we have some that are hybrid and some that are in person. So for the ones that are in person, you can access them through scholarships, and the scholarships will be available to the top students who go through ALX Pathway, especially some, when you think about UC Berkeley, McAllister, they're really the prime universities in the US, and even that's in Germany. And so, naturally scholarships are very competitive. So for those ones also, people will have access to apply as well, but as long as you've gone through ALX pathway. So just to summarize, ALX pathway gives you access to global universities and scholarships, or even sponsored placement, which is the subsidized cost. But then also when you come to ALX pathway, you get access to key skills such as leadership, entrepreneurship, critical thinking. And why that is important is because a lot of employers right now are saying soft skills are the thing. You can't just have technical skills. It's good to have technical skills and be able to do the work, but can you communicate the impact of your work? Can you, stand in front of a board and present your work? Can you lead a team? Can you have that kind of like entrepreneurial thinking? And so for us, even as they go through 8 months of, pathway foundations, they get to learn those skills so that they're positioned for success.
So one would beg to ask, there is the pathway, but how do I even access the pathway before I get to access the opportunities that are available?
So for us, it's very simple. You just need to go to our website, ALX Africa/join pathway, where you are able to apply. It's actually a very short application process. It's around 15 to 20 minutes, sometimes even less. And then when you apply, we have different cohorts. So for the current cohort that you're recruiting for, the deadline is on April 21st. And then we'll have another cohort for September as well. But so you just go, you apply, and then you'll get feedback in terms of when the program starts, but you have to finish the application as well. Yeah.
Whenever one talks of education in this country, you are talking about something that is dear to the hearts of parents and almost the entire citizenry. And when you talk about opportunities that are available, people's hearts leap with joy. Now, the question that must be asked is, how then is ALX different from other agencies who offer not the same thing, but something which sounds similar? What is this thing that makes ALX stand out? Yes.
So one, I think it will be pathway foundations. When it comes to a lot of agencies, they don't give you the skills to equip yourself for success in university and even beyond. Because for us, how you set up pathway foundations for the 8 months, these are really critical skills that we've seen employers are asking for. And a lot of times, and even those who are applying for pathway have asked, why do I need to do these skills even before I join university? Because the translation is maybe I should get the technical skills first, and then I can get the soft skills later. But what we've realized is when you're able to get these soft skills much earlier on, you are able to kind of like get into that mindset of success early and of innovation and entrepreneurship. And that's why you'll find like in a lot of these like global universities, we have people who are in first year, second year, they're already starting businesses and startups. They're already innovating like really cool things. And it's just about the mindset, right? The mindset that you need to have. So one, it's pathway foundations. And then number two, for all these university partners, we've been able to review kind of like their curriculum and how they're offering so that it's aligned to ALX. Traditionally also ALX is known for, even the other programs, very rigorous, intense programs, and ensuring that the quality of education is really superb. And so we've been able to evaluate all these partners and their curriculum and see that it's aligned to the ALX philosophy. Now when it comes to now connecting you to these global universities, we are able to prepare you in what we call term 2 of pathway foundations. We prepare you, we work with you through the application process, and we also get these universities to come and speak to you in terms of what do you need to position yourself. And at the end of the day, if for majority of these universities, aside from the ones that are subsidized, the top students are get to be selected to join these universities on full scholarships.
All right. Yeah. Let's take a break at this point. Esther Karaoke is the Marketing and Student Recruitment Manager for Kenya at ALX Africa. And we're looking at options for university education and in terms of pathways that you can get onto. Also then looking at scholarships and around that conversation this morning. So we'll take a break and come back and continue that with her. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. It's 28 minutes to 9.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to... The weather with SpiceFM.
Mostly cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning after the morning sprinkle. We'll see highs of 25. 16 and sunny in parts of Nakuru, and light rain showers continue in Nyeri at 18. We're looking at mostly cloudy conditions at 16 in Eldoret. Light rain continues in Mombasa at 27, and rain showers in Malindi at 27 as well. Mostly cloudy at 24 into Kisumu, while it's cloudy at 20 in Kakamega. The rain continues in Kampala at 21, while Dar es Salaam is mostly sunny now after that morning shower as well. 19 into a sunny Johannesburg and 30 in a mostly sunny Mogadishu. It is partly sunny at 14 into Addis Ababa, while it's partly cloudy at 27 in Lagos and partly sunny at 23 in Kinshasa.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Don't just spend, earn while at it. The I&M Bank Milele Rewards makes every swipe count. Earn every point on every purchase and redeem them for flights, shopping and more. Plus, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele Reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Busy traffic this morning as you're coming off of Waiaki Way and then finding your way through towards Westlands, and also Lower Kabete going towards Spring Valley is quite something as well. Take a look at the Thika Superhighway, and we're just seeing traffic right on survey, but Kiambu Road seems to be increasing in traffic as we're developing into traffic hour properly. And coming off of Mombasa Road, it's coming through towards Next Gen, and there's traffic out towards Capital Centre and then on towards the Nyaya Stadium roundabout area. The Eastern Bypass not giving up just yet. Some bumper-to-bumper traffic as you get towards North Airport Road and that Mbakasi Loop. So that is still happening. We're going to keep an eye on all of this and try to keep things moving. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Whether it's groceries, fuel or luxury shopping, make every swipe count. The I&M Bank Milele Points gives you real rewards for your spending. What's even better, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele Reward Points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our conversation continues at 25 minutes to 9 o'clock with Esther Karaoke, who is a marketing and student recruitment manager, Kenya, with ALX Africa. So, I mean, looking at the choices that you can make, from what I understand, Esther, that you can select a school, but you don't have to necessarily go there to attend the school, that you can do it remotely in Kenya. Please explain that.
So different universities have different requirements. So we have some where you have to go in person. They only offer in-person programs. There are some that offer a mix of, hybrid and in-person, in-person and online, where you get to choose. And then there are some that are purely online. So for example, Patton University, as much as it's based in Oakland, California, you get to attend purely online and you can do it from here. There's schools like, UC Berkeley, University of Chicago, it has to be in-person attendance. So all of them have different requirements. But now it also depends on, as a person, which university do you want to go to, which degree program, because all of them also offer different degree programs. And so you kind of have to choose the one that, suits your needs. Yeah.
The learning doesn't necessarily mean that one is educated.
True.
And what I hear you speaking about is education. Okay. The pathway that you speak of is like a period when the prospective students get an opportunity to take their minds on a field trip where you get to understand certain things that ordinarily the learning process wouldn't afford you, so that when you get into the learning environment, you're actually not only prepared, but you're able to take advantage of whatever it is that you're learning.
Yes.
Am I on the right pathway here?
Very correct.
Okay. Now, why does it have to take 8 months?
Very good question. But also, one of the things is, when you're coming fresh from high school, honestly, a lot of high school graduates, it's not like they don't know much per se, but you haven't been exposed to a lot. And so a lot from an education kind of like, perspective, and you being able to understand what are the things that it takes to excel in this, career life or in entrepreneurship, for example. So yes, you have learned, you have finished your KCSE, but just getting into that mindset of, entrepreneurship, starting a business, problem solving, you'll find that it's something that a lot of high school graduates don't have access to, and you kind of like need time to build that kind of mindset. It's not the kind of mindset that you build in a week or in 2 weeks or in a month. And, we've gotten that feedback from people who are applying for Pathway that, Pathway Foundations, it's too long, it's 8 months. But then when you really look at the skills that are being offered over those 8 months, it's things that, set you up for life. One of the philosophies we have at ALX is we do 70% projects, 20% peer work or group work, and then 10% theory. That's very different from, if you're coming from a traditional education system where it's like 99% theory. And so even before you get into university, we expose you to certain projects around, leadership, communication, critical thinking, problem solving as well, so that you are able to learn really, really like what are the things that, you need to have if you're going to grow and, one day be able to solve a problem and get an income. So we have these things that we call, global challenges and global opportunities at ALX. When you think about like the African context, there are a lot of like challenges, whether it comes to, education, health, climate, agriculture, tourism as well, and they get to actually do projects where they're trying to solve problems in the African context. So when you get to join, you choose even a mission. So maybe you'll say, I'm interested in solving a problem in the climate sector. And so when you join, you're kind of exposed to skills that, help you realize, in my community, even here in Kenya, in Nairobi, what are some of the challenges you're dealing with? How can I use the skills I'm learning in Pathway Foundations to solve that? So that even now when you go ahead to do your degree, so let's say, for example, you go ahead and do a computer science degree, and you're thinking about how can I use this computer science degree to solve a problem that really impacts our community. If it's, let's say, you're thinking about, sewerage systems and things like that, you're thinking, how do I use tech to solve such problems and whatnot? So the idea is that even when you go ahead to do your degree, you're not doing the degree for the sake of doing a degree. You're doing the degree to solve a problem, but then that kind of problem-solving mindset, we need to cultivate it even before you join university.
This pathway process and program, does it also cater to getting the students to understand the consequences and the long-term impacts of the courses they want to pursue?
Yes.
That's one. Two, should I let you answer this one before I ask the second one?
You can just ask the second one.
The second one is, does it also help the students in understanding if they're going to an institution where the in-person presence is required, what to expect in that particular learning environment? More importantly, with those institutions, what to expect in terms of how studies are conducted in those particular institutions and what is expected of them. Because if someone is going to study in an institution that is different from the system we have here, there may be changes and there may be things that they need to understand. Are those some of the things that this pathway process prepares the students in?
So yes, on both questions. So on the first question, yes, it prepares them to think about the long-term consequences of their career. Because when you go through when you choose courses when you're in Form 4 or something, a lot of it is just, I'm good in these subjects. Maybe I'm good in biology. Let me do medicine. Let me choose medicine, or let me choose, that's how I chose. I ended up doing biotechnology because I was good in biology, but I don't practice biotechnology, right? I didn't even know why I would need to do biotechnology in the long term. And so it's kind of now when they go through Pathway Foundations, it's kind of help you understand why are you taking this degree? Why does it even really matter to you? It's not just, let's say you are good in math, that's why you were thinking maybe let me do data science. But why does doing a degree in data science matter? So we help them understand that, and it's really from that problem solving kind of mindset where you use your degree or you use your education to solve a problem. So you're not doing it for the sake of doing it or for the sake of getting a job. Because, when you grow up, you're told, summer, and then, finish your degree, get a job and something like that. But there's no stronger why. So that's something that we let them know. And then two, part of the preparation process in terms of the application to these universities, we bring in speakers from those universities to kind of like expose them to that environment and also what's required. Because you'll find a lot of these universities in terms of their mode of delivery or even like the kind of, let's even projects and how they do things, it's very far ahead than, a lot of like universities in the African context. And so it's kind of like culture shift in a sense. So we get them to come and speak, and they'll also bring like, some of their students to come and speak to us. This is kind of, what you'll be exposed to. These are the opportunities that you can take advantage of. These are, like, let's say you'll find a lot of them have, advanced, let's say like a school of innovation or something like that. Those are the things that you can take advantage of.
Do we have those here?
We do, but I don't want to throw shade, but we do, but you can't compare the level of, how, and maybe it's not even just, like a fault of the Kenyan system. It's also maybe even access to funding and things like that. When you find, because, you'll find a lot of these universities that are based in, let's say, the States, they are even like some of these projects and labs, innovation labs, are really properly funded by a lot of companies that are doing well, right? And maybe that's not something that happens here. So that kind of funding and things like that gives you access to a lot of like tools and projects and a lot of exposure. And so we get universities to come and speak to our learners. These are the things that you can access so that you're able to like paint a picture on, this is maybe what I could possibly get out of in this university.
So there is the aspect of those who would pick universities that have they must be present physically. And for any parent, the question would be, how would they settle in terms of where they're going to, where will they stay? So in terms of you preparing them for what is yet to come, and even inviting your partners from abroad, is that an aspect that is also discussed? Because a parent will always feel like these are 3,000 kilometers away at Akwawapi. So just in terms of making it easier and comfortable for those who would want to apply, to know that everything is sorted.
Yeah, so for those who get the full scholarships, everything is covered from tuition, boarding, travel costs, and you'll find that boarding is primarily within the university campus. But then also all of them will kind of like get information on, where are you staying, and kind of be guided through the process, because you have someone who will be able to work with them. This is what, this is, for example, if you're going to code in Germany, for example, this is where the university is, this is where they will be staying. They kind of help facilitate that entire process, including travel. And I know for a parent sending a kid, so many miles away, it's difficult. But then also we are able to kind of like give them that peace of mind that they will be taken care of, because we have a memorandum of understanding with these universities as well when it comes to students who are coming from pathway. Yes.
So how do you guide them onto how to actually apply for a scholarship and do it right? What are you saying that you need to look out for? How are you doing your application? Because a lot of folks do actually want to see if they can acquire some of these scholarships. What then is the way to go?
So for all the universities, you'll find that they have different application processes. And so for us, we are able to guide them. So we have someone who's like a pathway learning specialist who's just keen on our pathway learners. And so, even earlier on, you've seen some universities where you have to, write a whole essay in terms of what are you going to go to do in that university? Why do you want to go there? What impact do you want to make? You'll find that there are also like a lot of applications in terms of also just, what did you do, for example, in high school? What are some of the voluntary and community service projects that you've done? Most of these universities are kind of looking at what makes these students stand out compared to the rest. And so part of what they go through in Pathway Foundations, because we have ALX clubs, they get to join, let's say like we have a community service club, a robotics club, and other things where they get exposed to such, let's say community service work, or to doing like robotics or doing like some innovative stuff. And those are things that they can actually use in the application to those universities, because right now the mindset of like high school graduate Gen Z, community service, what are you saying? Like it's, they're trying to think about, for them, maybe it's more like, spending time watching movies and things like that. They're not really thinking about, I could go out there and do something of impact and it will have, an impact on something in the long run. And so those are the things they get exposed to. And it kind of like helps them package their application for these universities like along the way. But we guide them through every step of the process. It's rigorous for sure, because a lot of them are very keen on getting students who are going to effect change in their society, or students who stand out.
It's interesting. There are universities, and I was looking this up, universities that have produced the most Nobel Prize winners. Top of this list is Harvard, 161, followed very closely by University of Cambridge in the UK, then University of Chicago, by the Cambridge 121, the University of Chicago 100, Columbia University 96. All of them, apart from just having a very rigorous and very innovative learning environment, they have that department you spoke of. And it is serious. Some are robotics, some are just innovation. And then they have research.
Yeah.
And they are big on it. So, and then they also have faculty that are renowned. So many of these people actually work at these universities.
Yeah.
Okay. So you imagine that you have people who are training you and talking to you about things that they have actually researched on, things that are known to be record-breaking innovations. Now, we can't say that of our institutions, can we? No, we can't really. That is a problem, because even something as simple as research is a problem in our universities. It's a huge problem in our universities. And yet it's these research projects that enable these universities to even attract funding.
True.
That enable them to fund some of these things that they do. But you see, in our system here, we seem to focus on government funding. And that's usually the core of the discussion. Why am I saying this? The reason why these universities have, again, scholarships is partly because of endowments.
Yeah.
People who have been students there, people who've gone on to Wall Street, whatever it is, they give money towards a certain pathway.
Right.
A certain process. Now, what I've just said, these 4 sentences I've just constructed.
Just 4, yeah.
4, for heaven's sake.
Okay.
You count. Okay. Are we saying that when we get our Kenyan students enrolled in this process, this mind-opening experience is essentially what we will be offering them through the pathways?
Yes. We kind of start towards that, because we want them to kind of start getting into that mindset early, so that, when they go to these universities, they already have a sense of, these universities are doing them at scale, right? They're doing, research at scale, innovation at scale. And so for us, we kind of start showing them, these are the things that you could get access to. These are the things you could take advantage of. These are the things that you could use to build even like a business or a startup, or do something really meaningful. And so we expose them to that environment, so that even when they go to those universities, they're able to plug into also those opportunities well. Yeah.
Are we seeing that more and more there's a recognition that you can actually have a say in what your future will be educationally, and that folks are now plugging into these things that you've spoken about, Esther, whereby you're saying, well, let me actually be vested in seeing what this course would look like and what it could do for me in the future? Are more people scrutinizing that process?
Yes, and I think it's coming from the realization where we are in a very tricky, employment market, where, if you are not like ahead in terms of the skills that you have, or you haven't have access to advanced kind of like education and things like that, you realize that you're going to lose it out in the current employment market. So I think everybody's starting to realize that for you to be able to get good opportunities, you really need to invest in your learning. You really need to invest in your education. And also parents are realizing that as well, because sometimes you'll find that up to university, maybe parents are not really keen. They're like, you go do a degree, but they don't even really know this degree that you're doing, how will it help you, and things like that. So we are seeing that, both parents and even young high school graduates, they're realizing that. And, we have done one cohort of pathway. We started in September, and we are recruiting now for the second cohort in April. And it's a slow change, because when you come from a traditional Kenyan system, those are not things that you pay attention to. So it's a bit of a slow change, but people are starting to realize the importance of investing in quality education. Yeah.
In the cohort that you had, that you recruited,
it's ongoing.
The first cohort.
Yes.
Yeah. So, what has been the feedback from them with regard to the process that you took them through, the pathway, and what do they have to say in terms of the changes that they have seen?
So currently they are in now their term 2 of Pathway Foundation, so they haven't completely finished Pathway Foundations. But one of the best things that I've seen is some of the students who joined Pathway and they were very shy. They couldn't even speak in front of people. They couldn't even be able to organize people and things like that. And so we've had a few who've joined in, and you can just kind of see that shift in terms of even them organizing their own events at ALX, being able to speak in panel conversations. When we host, because we host a lot of guests from different countries, they are the ones who are doing the tours and engaging them in meaningful discussions. From my perspective, that has been the biggest thing, when you're able to see someone just coming in shy, even when they're talking to you about the process, it's like they're using even a low voice, they're afraid even to speak, and now they're this vibrant young person who they can articulate themselves, they can communicate. And even when you see some of the projects that they are doing in Pathway Foundations, especially because there are a lot of them that are thinking about how to innovate and create innovative solutions. You can kind of already see the projects that they are creating, and they're able to say that even some parents have come back and say that I can see a bit of a shift in my daughter or in my son. They're a bit even serious about life, a bit serious about education. They're like, I don't know what you teach them there, I don't know what you tell them, but I can see now they're not just spending the entire time scrolling on TikTok or scrolling on TikTok or watching movies. And they'll tell me that I need to spend a lot of time in the evening studying and doing projects, and I'm like, that's the time that they will be busy watching whatever they want to do. And so those are kind of some of the small things that we've seen with Pathway Foundations. And when someone starts with that kind of mindset when they're 18, 19 years old, you can bet that they will go far. Yeah.
And they'll carry it through.
Yeah.
So what does it look like from Kenya? I mean, you sit at the Kenya office. What does it look like in terms of uptake? How are we having more and more numbers year on year?
So yes, I mean, even just generally as ALX, we've really grown over a long period of time. At any given time, even just not just even Pathway, in the ALX ecosystem, we have almost 30,000-40,000 students at the same time. Across different programs, because the other programs are delivered online as well. And so that shift in terms of appreciating quality education, you can kind of see it. And that trend has now carried on to ALX Pathway, because we had already kind of set a trend of doing certain types of programs, rigorous programs, in the past few years. And so even with ALX Pathway, you can kind of see now, because with ALX Pathway, a lot of parents are also involved. You can kind of see that appreciation and more uptake. So even the first cohort, we had a very good number of students, and now it's almost triple in terms of those who have applied to join in. And we are looking forward to, having them on board and going this journey with them.
How does one, if you were to take a prospective student through the process, take us and our listeners through the process, what are the ways in which, or what are the things that one needs to consider if one wishes to apply for a scholarship?
I will say the things they need to just think about is, one, why they want to join ALX Pathway. We always tell everyone who's joining ALX, don't join ALX for the sake of joining. Just think about what does it mean for you. So even for some of these university partners, don't just say that, I want to get a scholarship to University of Chicago. Why do you want to go to University of Chicago? You're just able to see even what degree programs are they offering. Is it something that you wanted to do? Of course, you have to be 18 years old. You have to have finished high school. as well. Finishing high school, that part is very important because, when it comes to these universities, a lot of them will be keen on, let's say like you finished your high school and you can demonstrate that. And then you just also need to have laptop and access to internet. However, if you are based in Nairobi and surrounding regions, we have 4 tech hubs that our students can go to study at. If you don't have power at home, if you don't have Wi-Fi, we have one at Nation Center, one at the Piano in Westlands, one at CPA Center, and we actually have one here at Gateway Park as well, along Mombasa Road. And so, sometimes you'll find maybe a student doesn't have access to Wi-Fi at home or electricity, there's no electricity. You can just come, and that's also the space where you get to interact with other students as well, students who are going through ALX pathway, as well as those who are going through all other ALX programs. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so what are some numbers that we can call or a website that we can visit? Because some of the questions that folks are asking this morning.
So they can go to our website, ALXAfrica/join pathway. Even if you just go to alxafrica.com, you'll be able to see a list of all our programs, and you will see ALX pathway. They're at the very top. So just go to ALX Africa and you register. As I mentioned, the process is very simple. It's more like a 15 minutes application process. Someone can do it even on their phone in terms of the application process. Just take 10-15 minutes to sign through, and then you will be able to get in, and then we'll communicate with you both on email and SMS as well.
Does somebody have to pay? That's another question. Do you have to pay to apply?
Yes. So not pay to apply, pay when you're starting the program.
Okay.
So when you're starting Pathway Foundations, we have an all access fee of $5, and that applies for the period when you're doing Pathway Foundations. And it's something that everyone who is doing any ALX program, regardless of what it is, they get to pay $5 a month just to be able to access the ALX ecosystem, the programs and whatnot. So during the duration you are with us for the 8 months, you'll pay $5 a month. And then afterwards, if you whatever university you transition to, you don't get to pay the $5 after. So you'll still be part of the ALX community, but you don't get to continue paying the $5. Yeah.
Great insights, and definitely a path that a lot of people already on, and that more people interested in this morning. Just being able to see how then education then develops and people can get into pathways that would really benefit them in the future, and that's what ALX does. And thank you for sharing those insights with us this morning. Esther Karaoke is the marketing and student recruitment manager Kenya for ALX Africa, and has been our guest this hour, just walking us through the paces. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm La Ubaga, a Kenyan police officer deployed in Haiti as part of the multinational security support mission, has gone missing after an attack by suspected gang members. The officer disappeared on Tuesday at around 4:30 p.m. during a patrol operation along the Carrefour-Sevienne main supply route in the Pont-Sonde area of Haiti. According to MSSM spokesperson Jack Ombaka, the officer was in an armored vehicle belonging to the Haitian National Police when it got trapped in a ditch, which is suspected to have been deliberately dug by gangs. Ombaka stated that specialized search teams have since been deployed to find the officer and establish his whereabouts. Msambweni Sub-County Police Commander Ahmed Hilo and Diani Police Station Commander have been transferred as part of the move to contain the insecurity in the area. The transfer followed recent attacks by the notorious Panga Boys that left residents injured in Diani, Kwale County. Tigania West Sub-County Police Commander Robinson Langat has been named the new Msambweni Commander, replacing Hilo. Coast Region Police Commander Ali Nuno has said multi-agency teams have embarked on a major operation to address the gang behind attacks in the region. About 25 youth have so far been arrested in operations, even as about 100 young boys surrendered to authorities vowing to abandon criminal activities. Epilepsy Awareness Day is marked today yearly. It aims to increase the public's knowledge of a neurological condition affecting nearly 50 million people worldwide. Also known as Purple Day, people are encouraged to wear purple in support of epilepsy awareness. The neurological condition, epilepsy, impacts the central nervous system, causing seizures and other symptoms. The type of seizures vary depending on the cause and type of epilepsy. Rainfall will continue in most parts of the country. In a forecast report, the Kenya Meteorological Department indicated that Central Highlands, Western Kenya, Lake Victoria Basin, Rift Valley, Southeastern Lowlands, Coast, Northeastern and Northwestern Kenya will experience isolated heavy rainfall. Those living along the coast, Northeastern and Northwestern Kenya are advised to prepare for high daytime temperatures that could exceed 30 degrees Celsius over the next 6 days from March 31st. In the latest update, Nairobi will experience moderate temperatures, while those in Nakuru and Eldoret will see slightly cooler conditions. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
At 5 minutes after 9 o'clock, a quick look at what's happening with traffic this morning. And we are still in traffic hour, but not too crazy. Let's take a look at the Eastern Bypass traffic touching on Outer Ring, and also traffic that's coming through towards the Cabanas interchange. It's still very busy on Kangunda Road, has been all morning. It looks like it will be at least at the exits towards Outer Ring. And then also on the Thika Superhighway, just a little bit of traffic left right around the Pangani underpass. And as you're coming in from Lower Kabete towards Spring Valley, just a little bit of that left. I think we'll be doing all right when we come out of traffic hour in about half an hour or so from now. We're going to keep an eye on all of it and try to keep things moving as we do. Spice FM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Whether it's groceries, fuel or luxury shopping, make every swipe count. The I&M Bank Milele Points gives you real rewards for your spending. What's even better, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's been an interesting Wednesday, and we're coming into the final conversation on Kenya's biggest conversation this morning in the fourth hour of the Situation Room, this 26th of March. You've been with us since 6 a.m. and the conversations continue this hour. And even as they do, just coming off of that education conversation that we had, getting into ALX pathways, Dennis, what do we need to remember?
You need to remember, first of all, that the opportunity to apply is open right now, all the way to the 21st of April. So time is ticking, but still have an opportunity to get into that. But even as we talk about the pathways that ALX gives you, remember that through ALX, you'll have an opportunity to study at global universities, And we talk about global universities, we talk about Vanderbilt University, we talk about Hamilton College, Macalester College, Patton University, Bates College, Tufts University, UC Berkeley, and the University of Chicago. Just a glimpse of some of the universities that you get to go access. But remember, to gain access, you'll have to complete the comprehensive 8-month ALX Pathway Foundation, which will give you skills to do with entrepreneurship, talk about leadership and communication skills. All these, you can get them through bit.ly/ALXPathwaySFM. That is bit.ly/ALXPathwaySFM. Everything you'll get in there.
Fantastic. And so, CT,
yes,
when we fly, you know how we like to do?
Yes.
There's a multi-currency card that you've been trying to get us on.
I&M has something they call, they have this, well, it's an apt description.
Mm-hmm.
It's called an I&M Bank World Credit MasterCard. A bit mouthy, but it's descriptive. Mm-hmm. Now, the thing about the MasterCard, among other things, it's the ease with which you can use it literally globally. And I mean the ease with which. That's one. Two, if you have that card and you've acquired it, there are benefits that immediately accrue to you. One, every time you use the card, you get points.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as you accumulate these points can be used for shopping. It can be used for travel, the same travel.
The one we like to do.
You use the points, and you get the points used for travel again, so that you can use the card again and get more points. But if you're the 20th applicant for the card, you get something even better.
Tell me.
You get Milele points. That's what the points that you get are called. They're redeemable, but the equivalent of 50,000 Kenyan shillings.
Wonderful.
Yes.
So 1.1 shilling.
That's the general idea, isn't it?
I love it.
So you are actually able to do a great deal more than you had envisioned. So the usage of the card doesn't mean just exit of money from your account. As it exits, something else is given back to you in terms of points. Shopping, fuel, travel, and just so that I round it off nicely, etc.
So get this card and you can do all of those things. You can even earn points and you keep it moving.
My friend, you can do a heck of a lot with this card.
I love it.
Yes.
Love to hear it. And it's a great place to bounce off onto our conversation this morning. And it's again, a power conversation. It's an energy conversation. And joining us in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning is George Njenga, who is the executive chairman of the Lake Turkana Wind Power. George, good morning.
Good morning to you, Ndu.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Thank you for having me.
We're glad that you're here and have honored this invitation. There are certain things that we want to ask, and we have big expectations and big questions, but I'm sure that you have the big answers. And so let's look into some of those conversations this morning. But before we put you to task, let's put you to a smaller task. And CT, you must know, he goes around the continent every week, comes back from a different country every Monday with a new basket full of proverbs. He's in a very interesting country this week. He'll tell you where that is, and he'll also tell you the proverb. And then we would like you to interpret that for us and tell us what it means to you. Is that okay?
Let's go.
All right, then.
Yes. We are in the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. Rich cultural history. Rich, as I mean, is wealthy. Caravan routes for trade that go back to the 11th and 12th centuries. But even then, there are buildings that still attest to the civilization. Now, rich in minerals. However, close to 90% of the country is actually part of the Sahara Desert, because the desert traverses several countries in that region. But the thing that we have come to understand about countries that are in what we call the coup belt, apart from the fact that they've had a prevalence of coups in the countries, they have minerals and they're rich in minerals. But the levels of poverty that their people have,
crazy,
jaw-breaking. Nonetheless, let's look at the proverb.
All right.
Before one cooks, one must have the meat.
Before one cooks, one must have the meat.
Yes.
You need ingredients
Okay.
to deliver.
Okay, and what do you think this means?
I think in our everyday life is that there must be a reason to be. There must be a reason to propel you. So that's the meat that propels you to cook.
Absolutely.
What is the meat that propels you to cook?
Yeah, every day when you wake up.
What is the wind that gives you power?
Exactly.
So at Lake Turkana, we needed the wind to develop the wind farm.
To get some energy,
Yep.
isn't it? So, if we were to ask the question, then what's the wind that is going to propel us towards 2030? And that forms the basis for this question. That this year, 2030 is, poor 2030, man. 2030 has been given so much in terms of responsibility. We're going to reach this by 2030. Certain things will be done by 2030. And one of those is that Kenya would have reached 100%, not 90%, not 80, not 75, would have reached 100% renewable energy by that year. Okay. And the question that we're asking this morning is whether that is realistic. Obviously, you sit in a position whereby you see this energy it's on a daily basis, and you see what's being created, you see what's being done. But let's start from that, where we're looking at, okay, for Kenya to get to that place where this declaration was made, what are some of the things that we saw then that was possible for us to say, okay, it's possible then by 2030 and we'll get there? And let's start there before we come back and do some definitions of when we talk about renewable energy. What on earth are we talking about anyway?
Excellent. Thank you. Once again, thank you for having me. Before I even go into your question, today is a great day, and this month is a great day for Lake Turkana because it's our 6th anniversary since we went into commercial operation. So these are birthday months for us.
Oh, happy birthday, Lake Turkana. CT would sing, but after 9 a.m., something happens. If it were earlier in the day, perhaps you would have done that, but
now
take it all in stride.
And going back to your question, actually Kenya was here. I don't know how at least CT, the white beard, can give you away. I don't know how old the rest of us were, but in the 80s and 90s, if you recall, Kenya was actually literally 100% renewable. We had hydro and a bit of geothermal. And it's until hydrology started challenging the country that we started having these thermal powers and so on. So the idea of being green by 2030 is actually very, very possible. It's very, very possible. It's very doable. If we think about the resource base in terms of resources for power generation in Kenya, we're very well endowed on the renewable front. Not least wind and solar and geothermal and hydro. And depending on how you combine those, achieving that is possible. I think Lake Turkana is a perfect example of that. You can actually have large-scale renewable energy generation in Kenya, in Africa. It's the largest operating wind farm on the African continent. Very ambitious. And that same level of ambition, if you think about 2030, it's very possible that we can be fully powered. But it's more complex than that. And I guess when we go into the discussions, we'll talk about basically maybe why our energy mix is what it is. Thanks.
Well, can we do then some definitions so that we can understand what it is that we're talking about, so that everybody is on the same page when we say that we would have reached a certain point by 2030? And when we talk about renewable energy, what exactly are we talking about,
Yeah, so renewable energy is energy derived from natural renewable, non-climate impacting sources in the sense we talk about sources that do not have a carbon footprint, such as wind and solar and hydro and geothermal. So that's really what we talk about renewable energy in the context when we discuss it in a Kenyan context and given our resource base. But there are other sources such as biomass, which is also renewable because you can replant and use it for power generation. So it's a wide array of sources that make it sustainable and renewable.
So essentially, it's not going to strip the environment, it's not going to destroy the environment, and you can get more and more of it.
Absolutely. So
what are the forms of renewable energy that we have?
So the foremost, of course, I'm biased, is wind.
Of course.
Right? And today Kenya has maybe upwards of 400 megawatts of installed capacity in wind. Lake Turkana being the largest of those. Then we have solar, which is basically, tapping the sun's energy to generate electricity. We have geothermal. Kenya is a continental and almost a global leader in geothermal energy, which is basically utilizing the hot resources in the earth crust.
Okay. So just on that, so essentially what we're saying is that below the surface of the earth, there are hot areas that can actually spew forth energy. That's why we see certain points in Kenya whereby, we have hot springs and things like that. That phenomenon.
Absolutely.
Okay.
As you remember when we did geography, we were told the core is very hot.
Yes.
So when water seeps to that hot area, it comes back as steam.
Yes.
And that steam is used to drive a turbine.
Yes.
And a generator, and electricity is produced.
And it can be collected and stored? Okay. All right. What else?
You know, when you talk about that, I have to ask.
Yes.
Since clearly you understand the science. These water bodies that have warm water, where we're told you can even boil an egg, how does this happen? Same principle?
It's the same principle. It's along the Rift Valley, I think.
Yes. They are in the Rift Valley, yes.
And again, we remember the Rift Valley formation was through volcanic action, which is part of that boiling heat, the fury underground. And then the water bodies then tap into that heat and they become warm. If you go to Kenyan's Olkaria, there are very good hot pools, which tap on the geothermal energy. And I think it should be a big source of tourism for Kenya.
Now, when we talk about matters to do with renewable energy, we talk about projects that are resource intensive. If you talk about setting up Lake Turkana wind power project, it is resource intensive. Now that you're producing around 310.25 megawatts to the grid, we talk about how then do we scale that further to ensure that we get to the 100% mark, which begs the question, what must the government do with the stakeholders in making sure that we get there soon?
So I think you said correctly. So one, we are very well endowed as a country. And last week I had the privilege of listening to some of the things that KPLC is doing when Dr. Engineer Sirol was actually your guest.
Yes.
And I think one of the biggest things to be done is to strengthen the transmission network. Because you see, where power is generated, oftentimes it's different from where it is consumed.
Yeah.
Because it's generated where you have the resource. So we have a fantastic wind regime around Lake Turkana area, and we'll speak about that in a moment. And the load center for Kenya, in other words, where most of the power is consumed by people, industries, institutions, is around Nairobi. So you need a transmission line between that area. And that case is the same with our hydros, with our geothermal, and so on. So strengthening that infrastructure, the evacuation network, as we call it, the collection of lines, substations, etc., is important. I think that's one of the biggest things that to be done.
Yeah.
The other thing to be done in terms of as scaling. We talk about scaling is, and I think it's been a big debate in Kenya about cost of electricity. We expect that as you scale, you enjoy what we call economies of scale, right? That the unit cost goes down as you become bigger. That's one. The second one is how do you fund? Right, most of these projects, because you said correctly, they are resource intensive, whether they are IPPs such as Lake Turkana or they're even, public KenGen, etc., we source most of the funding externally. And in so doing, there's a cost of currency that, makes, the cost of electricity and therefore how fast you can scale this ambition to 2030 achievable.
Okay.
So we must start thinking more about local funding, right? Whether it's through local pension funds or SACCOs or local banks, as the case may be, to complement or to add to what our development partners help us with.
Okay.
So, I think it's many things. It's infrastructure, it's funding. One thing that Kenya has achieved remarkably is what I would call skills. Whether it's through KPLC and KenGens, there's a lot of trained manpower. If you look at some of the IPPs, usually we've gotten talent that initially worked for the utilities. So training of manpower or the human capacity has really been achieved to great levels that can help with that ambition. So I don't think we have a shortage of a skill set. And if I kind of bring you back to the scale in Turkana, you'll be impressed, I guess, to know that 99% of our workforce is Kenyan. And of that 99%, 80% is actually from Laisami's constituency, where we are based. And we're talking about big numbers. We have a total of about 304 direct employees of Lake Turkana and another almost 300 with our contractors. So when you talk about that number, 99% being Kenyan, we're talking about engineers, finance, HR, as the case may be, procurement. I think it's a great thing. Okay. So all these components, I think, make that ambition very achievable.
So, the eye is still on 2030, but, and I think I have a basic question, because then when we look at sources and their sustainability and their renewability, I need to understand what happens, that the wind power stations at Turkana are there for a reason. Why are they there? What happens around Lake Turkana that gives enough wind for then to be an entire power station set up there that would then be able to provide power around the country? What is this special thing that happens here?
So, these are natural phenomena, right? So back in 1981, two gentlemen, I think they were working for Kenya Meteorological Department, doing their usual MET studies, J. Kinuthia and Asanani. They wrote a paper about the observation that around Turkana there is this jet stream, a special wind jet stream, that also, it gets funneled through two kind of mountain ranges, the Mount Kulal and Mount Niro. They form like a funnel that makes an acceleration of the wind.
Okay.
A very special physical effect that accelerates, especially in the mornings and at nights. Abates a little bit during the day because of hot temperatures, and accelerates again. That natural physical kind of setup makes Lake Turkana actually win the best onshore wind site globally. Globally. And when I talk about globally, so there's a factor we use to measure, we let's say the goodness of the wind, strength of the wind, right? We call it capacity factor. So the capacity factor of most wind farms around the world range between 30 and maybe 48.
Okay.
Right, around the world, and these are very good. Lake Turkana is above 50%.
Okay.
Right, so year to date we are about close to 55%. There's some years that it hit 60%. So it's really good. And I'd say it's really good. That makes it possible for Lake Turkana to actually supply power very competitively.
Yeah.
When you think about cost of generation, across technologies and across sites.
Okay. This jet stream is consistent. It's an everyday thing. There's no time where the jet stream says, well, I'm going to take a break today. So it is constant and it's moving all the time, right? I'm asking these questions in this manner because we listen to these conversations all the time, but I can bet you that half the time we don't know exactly what's going on. So we've seen the pictures of the large windmills or turbines that are moving. Explain to us what happens where we have the natural occurring phenomenon of the jet stream of wind between these two mountain ranges and the turbines that we see, what are they doing to capture this energy? And how does that now translate to the lights going on, for example?
Good. So one is consistent act of God.
Okay.
So let's call it that way for the time being, right?
Yeah.
And while consistent act of God, it has variability, right? So it still varies. We have what we call an energy curve throughout the year where we monitor how it behaves. Some months are stronger than others. During the rainy season, we have our lowest winds. So we are going to what is our low wind season as we go into the long rain season, okay? So that kind of, there is an inverse relationship between raining and blowing, okay?
Yeah.
So the turbine is really, I would say, a mechanical device that captures the wind using your and turns. When we were small boys, I grew up near a farm
and girls
around a farm, and the boys did this game more. The girls were playing kati, but what the boys were doing when the girls were playing kati, they would take dry maize stalks, and poke in the center with a stick.
Yes.
And run
with it, and it would propel.
And because the maize stalk leaf is somehow curved, it's able to capture the wind and propel. CT, I don't know that you did that in the
I
village.
actually played this game, and I'm a girl.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm speaking to brethren here. Right?
I did it, and I'm saying I did it, and I'm a girl, so hey. But anyway.
There you go, right?
Yes.
And so we did this. That's exactly what the wind farm does. But you're doing it at large scale. Okay. So that turn in action, you don't have to run against the wind.
Yeah.
The reason we were running against the wind was to actually generate the wind. Okay, now the wind is a jet stream that comes through, so it finds you static. It's the same blade. It turns. And the shaft then is tied to a small thing called an alternator that actually generates power.
Okay.
Right? Inside that, you've seen the column. So you have the big wings, right? They look like aircraft wings. Right?
Yes, they do.
Same principle.
They look like huge aircraft wings, yes.
So down the tower, we have a small transformer, right? Transformer is the one which now takes that and kind of takes it to a certain voltage, stabilizes it.
Is it step up or step down?
Well, this is just a collector transformer, right? And then it steps up to take it up to a substation, right? So we have 365 turbines, individual turbines.
Right there.
Okay. They are all connected with a network of cables. And all these cables lead up to a substation where each power is brought. It's like Harambe, it's a big basket and everybody's bringing their thing, right? Then you have a big basket. That is the power we take to Ketrako, and then Ketrako moves it.
Okay.
438 kilometers to Suswa, where we have a much larger substation, that's a national substation, and onwards to consumers.
This is fascinating stuff. So now, the thing about this is that this power is produced on site, right here at Lake Turkana, at that area. And then what now moves is the distribution mechanism. That's what now moves. So before we go to the break, tell us how much power of which is being consumed today comes from wind?
Very good question. Actually, on good days, we generate up to 15% of the entire power consumed in the country. On average, year to date, so the grid in Kenya is about 3,200 megawatts, right? So in terms of just installed capacity, 310 versus 3,000 is about 10%. But quite frankly, sometimes, what is really used on the grid, I think Cyril talked about peak demand.
Yes.
Maybe 2,200 or thereabout 2,300. So when we generate up to 280 megawatt, we actually generate upwards of 15% of the Kenya grid.
Okay. It's great stuff. It's energy, it's power, and it's what we're looking at today. In terms of going towards 2030, we're going to come back and look at the details of what exactly this means now that we've set the base to understand exactly what happens. Let's talk about then now how we're going to make sure that, you know, it can be 100% for Kenya. And George Njenga is the executive chairman of the Lake Turkana Wind Power. And we're having a conversation about the if it's realistic that by 2030, Kenya will be at 100% renewable energy. That's the conversation that we're having this hour. We're going to take a break on the Situation Room. And just as you do, how about you take a moment to imagine biting into your favorite food, whether it's hot or it's cold. You don't have to hold your face anymore. Imagine that you can just bite in, swallow and enjoy. Well, I'm telling you that you don't have to imagine anymore, because Sensodyne is saying it's here to give you the ultimate relief from tooth sensitivity, because that's usually what makes you hold your jaw, right? You don't have to worry about tooth sensitivity anymore. And how do we know this? Because it's the number one brand recommended by dentists. We will keep reminding you that a happy mouth is a happy mind. And Sensodyne for tooth sensitivity relief and overall oral health.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start the weather with SpiceFM.
A cloudy morning in Nairobi at 19 degrees. It's 18 and cloudy into Nakuru with 19 and cloudy conditions in Nyeri, 17 and partly sunny in Eldoret, and while Mombasa is heavy cloudy after the rains this morning, we're looking at rain showers still continuing at 29 in Malindi, 24 and cloudy into Kisumu, while at 22 Kakamega is cloudy after the morning rain, likely that will come back. It's heavy rain in Kampala at 21, while Dar es Salaam rain showers at 28, and it's a sunny morning in Johannesburg at 20, while at 30 Mogadishu is mostly sunny. Addis Ababa at 16 is partly sunny, while it's now raining heavily in Lagos at 27. The continent seems to have gotten the memo. It's cloudy going towards rain showers in Kinshasa at 25. All right, we are coming towards the end of traffic hour this morning. It hasn't been too much of a tumultuous morning, but we're keeping an eye on all of this. Just a smidgen of traffic left as you get towards the Pangani underpass, and that's coming off of a thicker superhighway. As you get towards Moranga Road, you're doing okay. The Globe Cinema roundabout has a bit of traffic going towards Kipande Road and also inbound from there, and so into the CBDs where we see most of the action right about now, and also on Jogo Road, just a little bit of that left. I think Kangunda Road has traffic all the time. So we're just going to keep an eye on that and see how we can keep things moving. Apart from that, it looks good. As you come through towards North Airport Road, heading towards the Cabanas interchange, there's still a little bit of traffic there, but all doable. Well done, folks. Let's continue keeping things moving and talk through the morning on SpiceFM KE on X.
Traffic updates brought to you by I&M Bank. Whether it's groceries, fuel or luxury shopping, make every swipe count. The I&M Bank Milele Points gives you real rewards for your spending. What's even better, every 20th customer to get the card gets 50,000 Milele reward points worth 50,000 shillings.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 25 minutes to 10 o'clock, George Njenga is the executive chairman, Lake Turkana Wind Power, and we're looking at Kenya's ambition towards 100% renewable energy by 2030 and asking ourselves the question whether it is a realistic goal, whether it is a realistic ambition. Just in case we didn't know, we're in 2025. So there's 5 years to go. Mm-hmm. We've talked about the fact that this has been here forever. And what would have formed the decision to make that goal, to say that we can do this? Usually, I hope that decisions are based on information, data collected over time. That with what you've described to us so far and so brilliantly well, George, what informed to say that actually we can make sure that we can depend on this power and that you can have it 100%, that Kenya will be using renewable power, which is safer for the environment, it lasts longer, all of these things, by 2030?
Look, I think one of the things that I must, and we all must credit the government, is just the vision around, we can't keep talking about global warming and the and the disasters of climate change without taking action. And beyond taking action is kind of taking an inventory of what do you have. And as I said before, we've been there before. We had literally 100% dependency on green energy. We can argue about whether it was adequate, right? And I think we went through periods of because of climate change, weather challenges that challenged our hydrology, and our hydropower was insufficient, and we went through load shedding. I think it's a big economic impact. I think it's this idea that we need to transform our economy. We need to transform our economy means we need lots of power, and that power needs to be sustainable. And then you walk backward and say, do we have the resource base to do it? And the answer is yes, we have the resource base. The other thing I think which must also have been clear in the minds of policymakers is where has technology come? Back in the day, wind power and solar power were actually very expensive. Because of the intermittent nature. It was challenging to bring them to the grid, as it were, right? Because it blows now, it doesn't blow, it shines now, there's a cloud cover. But there's enough convergence of technology now to make renewable power possible. And because this is indigenous to us, the idea of losing forex through importation of fossil fuels to meet your power demand, I think must have made some economic sense. So for Kenya, it's actually beyond just climate change. It's just the economically sensible decision to make. And I think the context of 2030 then was the vision 2030. That time it looked like it's a long time ago. And as you've reminded us several times here and it's actually 5 years away, right? But it's actually very possible. I feel, right from the climate summit that happened in Nairobi the other year, I feel the sense of urgency. And I see, right from the new rules you've seen the regulator publish. EPRA published some interesting kind of rules to further open up the space for investment, to go beyond the few actors, right, to ensure that more can generate. Actually, private can transmit as well. We've also seen the success of PPPs coming in to, I would say, supplement public financed projects. All these things are happening, and the regulatory framework is there. There's nothing literally to stop this country from achieving that goal even sooner, to be honest. I think today the only major role other sources play is what I call insurance. So if you think about what you call the power ecosystem, we have power plant that we call baseload, meaning they provide power continuously, okay? Geothermal, hydro, we call them baseload. We have others we call intermittent, like wind and solar, because they're intermittent. And the others we call insurance policy. Right. So, and just like insurance, you can pay your medical cover, but you don't get sick. I don't think you say it was too expensive to have insurance. So you still have a bit right now, some thermal sources that provide insurance to the grid. Because we'll all agree the most expensive power is no power, right? The next most expensive power is unreliable power. So when you think about it in that framework, and you need to think about it, a studio like this, I'm sure you have several sources of power, otherwise it would be going off every so often if a tree fell on the grid lines. Maybe you have some solar panels here, I'm told, right? You do? We do. There you go. You do that for insurance, okay? So 2030 becomes possible because technology today allows you to actually store power from intermittent sources, right? And with a number of things are converging. So electric vehicle, electric mobility, as well as energy storage in power systems, are all driving a critical mass from a technology standpoint of the storage technology, okay? Whether it's batteries, etc. So that the cost of storage is becoming cheaper. So you can blow right? When you don't need power and store it in a battery, and when you need power and it's not blowing, the battery still has your stock of power with you. So all these are converging. So this makes it possible that by 2030 you actually can be 100% green.
And are these things being done in Kenya right now?
Absolutely. I mean, they're being done at varying degrees. I think the Ministry of Energy, who is a policy driver for the sector, has made it clear that, and it's part of the regulations now, that any renewable project going forward will have to be packaged together with storage. So if you're going to do solar or wind, you also need some storage capacity. And that allows you to do a few things. So for example, in the mornings and in the evenings is when we call peak demand. When we all wake up and put on our gadgets to make breakfast, to do whatever we do in the morning, or in the evening when we come back home and all lights are on, what you find is there's a spike of demand, right, of electricity. That period lasts for about 2 to 3 hours. Today, that period is met with some of our thermal generation, right? As energy storage becomes mature, in future, that will be very well met using what you stored that you didn't use during the day. And that's how this thing works.
So these batteries can last, depending on what they are. The lifespan is interesting, but for how long can they store this power?
So it depends on how much you are discharging. But there are systems of 2 hours, there are systems of 4 hours, right? And there are systems for longer. And as you say, it's an emerging technology. So there's continuous improvement.
There is.
Right? And, some areas you can actually, if you're only using it for lighting purposes and you use LED, which is low consumption, you can have a full system for 24 hours.
So let's talk about what Turkana wind power has done to the environment, and that is offsetting around 736 tons of CO2. And when you talk about that, then brings the entire conversation on which would be carbon trading, and the entire conversation on how the government is also pushing that in making sure that as much as we are getting rid of what you are doing in cleaning the environment, that the resource, the monies that we get from carbon offsetting goes back to you to be able to improve on the technology and equally being able to produce more for the grid. So are we having such conversations? Because we talk about carbon trading in terms of those from the West coming here, buying land, planting trees and whatnot, but there is what you're doing already that is helping clean the environment. So are those conversations happening?
No, absolutely. Actually, the way the wind farms work is because of the avoided CO2, right? So you can actually register, and Electoral is registered, right, for carbon offset. And the way the contract was done is all the carbon credit to the project, when realized, are passed to the communities along the transmission line who are affected by, let's say, displacement, etc., on the transmission line through KPLC and the National Treasury. So actually, so that's how it's registered, right? So the economics of the project are actually sufficient, but carbon credit go to actually impact positively to the community, and that's another dimension of Electoral as a project that you should actually think about, because beyond carbon credit and what it should do for the community. The project, since inception, we spent just under $1 billion shillings in community activities. And, I've been with Electoral now for about 5 months. And in November, when I joined, I've been very deliberate just to go and take stock of the community effect that this project has in the area. And it's phenomenal. Because you actually see, it's not just a number. The amount spent is actually not just a number. It's when you go and see the dormitories, the hospitals, the maternity and the wards in hospitals, the water projects, whether it's boreholes or reverse osmosis plants because some of the water is quite saline. It's phenomenal. We've done over 100 100 individual projects, and they are going on as we speak. And it's really amazing. You see the effect of these funds in the community. When you go and say, last year we did a major, kind of eye camp, eye clinic for local people. Right now we have some vaccinations going on that are fully sponsored by the project. Through we have an NGO called Winds of Change, which fully funded just to have community impact. It's a positive thing. So beyond the electrons that we produce and generate and send to the national grid for economic development, the impact on the ground, human impact, is actually. And I tell people quite frankly, the reason I joined the Electoral, this stood tallest among other reasons just to see the impact of this. And then you use this example and say, how can we use infrastructure development to accelerate our own economic development as a country and improve outcomes for citizens. This is a fantastic example, and actually I would invite all of you to when you are available to come and just see firsthand the impact of this project to the community.
Lake Turkana wind power is based in Marsabit.
Yes.
The other wind power entities in the country.
Yes.
Now, and the other people who have actually indicated an interest in developing and creating. 15% was the figure you gave in relation to the contribution that wind power makes to the national grid. If we were to aim for 50%, what would we need to do as a country?
So I think 15, but let me just make a quick clear update. 15% is Lake Turkana, right? When you think about the other large wind farm is Kipeto, 100 megawatts. And by the way, I was the founder chairman of Kipeto, so I've been involved in the wind for some time. And Kengen also has a 25 megawatts wind farm in Ngong area.
Ngong, yes.
So collectively, wind is about 20%, right, of power generated. So you talk about there are a number of things, right? Wind still is variable; it varies. It's intermittent, right? So maybe I don't think you talk about wind being 50% of the grid, because maybe then you need a very strong base load, right, to ensure that the energy is stable, right? It's quite complex. I think when you speak with KPLC and the team at the National Control Center, they'll actually tell you it's quite complex integrating all these sources and give you stable power on the other side. So I think you can take it, you can push it beyond where we are, and it will continue to make what I would call a reasonable contribution to the grid. But I don't think with all the other sources you have that it will go to 50%. Geothermal is still there, and sun is still there.
Okay. The two gentlemen who came across this phenomenon, of jet power, what were they doing in that part of the world?
So look, I don't know what they were doing, but
I'm going somewhere with this. You see, I'm asking the question of, have we looked at possibilities of actually having within the country resources that can do what the Lake Turkana wind power is doing? That's really what I'm asking. When I talk of 50%, I'm talking about the possibility of building capacity beyond the 20% and even beyond that. Why? Is there any harm if we have a surplus? Is there any harm if we have a situation where, for instance, we know that because of the 50% that I'm talking of, one is actually able to, should we say, reduce the reliance for the time when we have the wind, whether it's in the morning or the evening. I'm simply talking about making renewable energy, giving it a greater contribution to what we call not just the production, but the consumption of power in the country.
Making it the first point use.
That's what I'm talking about. Yes.
I mean, I'm with you, City. So the guys who discovered this phenomena, right, or who observed it, let's say who observed it, back in 81, there were more scientists from meteorological department. So as you know, Met has various stations where they measure all these
all over the country
weather activities, right? So in that process, they discussed, so they reported it. But it's not until 2005 when two actually Dutch, I think they were tourists, Willem Dolman and Carlo, while touring that area, and I think they had a third gentleman, who I forget the name, when touring that area, they observed this yet again. And you think, if you remember, when back in geography, Netherlands is very renowned for its windmills, right?
Yeah.
We saw those wooden windmills, right, back in the day. So it's something they were familiar with. So they are the ones who actually conceptualized the idea of a wind farm. So they embarked on studies. So if you think about 2005 and 2025, so this is 20 years later, right? And one thing led to another, and in 2014 there was a power purchase agreement, right, negotiated on the back of that. But going to your question is, how much do we leverage what I would say scientific observations? And we have plenty of that. If you go to government departments, there's a wealth of knowledge. When we developed a different wind farm I mentioned before, we relied a lot on meteorological data in Dagoretti, and it's available to the public, and we could see what you say, almost 20-30 year data, and then you go beyond that. Now the Ministry of Energy, I think around 2009 and thereabout, they actually established a wind map, right? So they actually did a project. So the government, sometimes we don't give government enough credit, but I think they do a lot of stuff. It's how we convert that stuff to,
actuality,
actionable projects that drive the economy. But they invest a lot of that. So they developed a wind atlas that shows what are the pockets in our country that there's a good wind resource, right? So that exists. So it's more of not talking about the other ingredients. Now that the knowledge is there, and the pioneering projects such as Lake Turkana had to do that for themselves. So they are beyond the observation of the scientists. They are to do the actual measurement to actually see over time you can invest, because it's a massive investment. So you can't invest, then the wind just disappears, because then you'll have a dead project. So it's more of, again, science and capital, right, and entrepreneurship coming together to make things happen.
Look, George, I mean, I'm one of those who says that we actually don't give enough to the strides that have been made in terms of development. And when we look at the power, we know that power drives industry, and then from there we know that it drives economies. What you should do after that, of course, is when we talk about implementation metrics, which we seem to suffer from a lot. When we look around the continent, right, if we look at West Africa, there's a power problem, a big power problem in terms of what is able to be generated, what is able to be stored and then used for output. We can see the same thing happening in South Africa. When we look at load shedding, just as some of the things that you talked about, in terms of what is able to power industry, in terms of what is needed vis-a-vis what is being produced, again, problems there. If we look at the central belt of the continent, again, the same problems. We look at some of the countries that make up the COMESA SADC area, they have power cuts through the day. These are some of the things that we are talking. These are the realities of the day. So Kenya is sitting pretty in East Africa and having this humongous achievements, because let's be honest, with what's happening with power now, when we're looking at the percentages that Kenya has reached, it is phenomenal. And when we look at the position that Kenya is on the globe, not in Africa, on the globe, in terms of the production of power, this is a big deal. So for me, why all the more necessary it is for the practitioners to take it seriously and say, 2030, 5 years away from now, what is remaining to be done to achieve that? And perhaps it can be 2027. Perhaps it can be 2028. 2030 sounds nice. That's great. But are we actually seeing a place whereby Kenya could easily be the first country to say that it is depending 100% on renewable energy and is serving as the poster child for what other countries must do?
So Thank you. I like the way you've taken us around the continent, because I just felt like you describing my own life. So I've had the privilege to work in West Africa, out of Nigeria, Cameroon, in South Africa. I've done power projects in Angola, in Mozambique, etc., Tanzania. And actually, Africa is very endowed, right, with resources.
Absolutely.
To generate power. I think we have to be more serious. And that's the only thing I say. I mean, we just have to be more serious, because we have the resources, we have the human capacity, but I think we just need to get to work, all right? But having said that, I think, and I know something we're a bit cynical about our achievements. Kenya actually has done well. Today, I think Kenya has maybe an electrification rate of upwards of 75%.
76, actually.
Right? And that's among the best in Africa. We are starting now to rival countries that were in that before us, such as South Africa, right? So it can be done, right? It can be done. And I think things get done when there's convergence. Right, I think today the biggest convergence, or the biggest, I would say, catalyst to make things happen is actually the young generation. I'm very excited about the young people. One, they are the major demographic of our population, right? And they need more. They need to consume stuff. They need to wear clothes, to feed,
drive electric cars.
They need to be engaged. And it takes electricity to modernize an economy. It takes electricity to drive industry, to drive food security through storage, etc. So electricity is really at the core. And with this catalyst called, and they're very impatient. You've seen they push us at every side. I have young guys in my own house. They're out of the nest now. But I see the impatience with the older folks. Right? Yeah. And I think that's the driving force that we should take advantage of to focus ourselves, to get to work. Because, as I say, we need to get to work. So, look, the other convergence that needs to be, because we're on the same mission, is between what I call private capital through, in this case, independent power producers and public utilities. We're on the same mission, right? Our mission is to power socioeconomic development. Our mission is to improve outcomes for citizens by providing clean, affordable, and reliable power. And then you let the other people do their stuff. Because I can tell you, I listen to KEPSA, I listen to Kenya's manufacturers, because they benchmark their energy costs with other countries where maybe they compete with. If you're talking about COMESA or even the intra-Africa, if you have to be competitive, your inputs must be competitive, and electricity is one of those. But they also have to be sustainable. Very soon, the markets will not participate if you have a CO2 footprint in your end product.
Yes.
So this agenda for 2030 green is also economic. It's also competitiveness in terms of access to markets in future. And there is no bigger, I would say, driver for all of us than just knowing that and acting with urgency.
Indeed. 2030 is not too far away. It's just, I say it again, it's just 5 years away. And we'd love to be on the sidelines, cheering it on and saying, absolutely, let this be, one of the many things that Kenya can actually do and serve. Look, I always say development begets development. You have a ripple effect in other parts of the continent as well. So, it deserves a well done, and it deserves an egging on to say, let's get to work and do what needs to be done. George Jenga is the executive chairman of Lake Turkana Wind Power. He's been our guest this hour, pointing us in the direction of 100% renewable energy by 2030. Let's see how it goes. Thank you for being here this morning. Asante Sana. Good morning. It's 10 a.m.